Part 1. Chapter 1. The antiquity of the Kabbalah. Enthusiastic partisans of the Kabbalah declare it to have been brought down by angels from heaven to teach the first man, after his disobedience, the way to recover his primal nobility and bliss. 69 others supposed that the lawgiver of the Hebrews, during his 40 days' stay on Mount Sinai, received it directly from God, that he transmitted it to 70 old men who partook with him of the gifts of the Holy Spirit, and that these passed it on by word of mouth until the time when Ezra was given the order to transcribe it together with the law. 70 But, no matter how carefully we may read all the books of the Old Testament, we shall fail to find a single word which refers to secret teachings or to a doctrine more profound and more pure, reserved solely for a small number of the elect. Since its origin, until its return from the Babylonian captivity, the Hebrew people, like all nations in their infancy, knew no other organs of truth, no other ministers to the mind, save the prophet, the priest, and the poet, and in spite of the obvious difference among them, the latter is often confounded with the previous ones. Instruction was not the province of the priest, he simply attracted the eye by the pomp of religious ceremonies. And as to the teachers, those, indeed, who raised the religion to the rank of science and who replaced the inspirational language with a dogmatic strain, in short, as to the theologians, there is no mention of either their name or their existence during that entire period. It is only at the beginning of the 3rd century before the Christian era that we first see them appear under the general name of Tanaim, which means teachers of the tradition, for it is in the name of this new power that everything, not clearly expressed in the scriptures, was taught. The Tanaim, the oldest and most respected of all teachers in Israel, formed, as it were, a long chain, the last link of which is Judah the pious, editor of the Mishnah, who collected and transmitted to posterity all that has been uttered by his predecessors. Among these other supposed authors of the oldest monuments of the Kabbalah are Akiba and Simeon ben Yohai, with his son and his friends. Immediately after the death of Judah, towards the close of the 2nd century of the Christian era, a new generation of teachers starts who are called Amaim, because, not constituting any longer an authority in themselves, they only repeated and better explained all they learned from the previous ones, making known those of their words which have as yet not been published. These commentaries and new traditions, which multiplied prodigiously for more than 300 years, were finally united under the name of Gomorrah, i.e., termination and completion of the tradition. 71 it is, therefore, in these two collections, religiously preserved since their formation until this day and united under the name of Talmud. 72 that we must, above all, search, if not for the very ideas which form the foundation of the Kabbalistic system, at least, for some data on the origin and epoch of their birth. In the Mishnah, Haggadah, Sector 2, we find this remarkable passage: the story of the creation, Genesis, is not to be explained to 2, the story of the Merkabah, heavenly chariot, not even to 1, unless he be wise and can deduce wisdom of his own accord. The Talmud, Haggadah, 13a, cites a Beretha, a Mishnah not included in the collection of Judah, where higher adds, when the summaries of the chapters may be transmitted to him. A rabbi of the Talmud, Zerah, Ibad, is still more severe, for he adds that even the summaries of the chapters may be divulged only to men clothed with high dignity, or 73 known by their extreme prudence, or, to translate literally the original expression, who carry within them a heart full of solicitude. Evidently this cannot refer to the text of Genesis or to that of Ezekiel wherein the prophet tells of his vision on the banks of the river Hebar. 74 The entire scriptures were, so to speak, in the mouth of everybody, from time immemorial. The most scrupulous observers of all the traditions have made it their duty to read them through in their temples at least once during the year. Moses himself incessantly advised the study of the law, by which the Pentateuch is universally understood. After the return from the Babylonian captivity, Ezra read it aloud before the assembled people, Ezra 2:8. It is just as impossible that the words quoted express the interdiction to give any interpretation to the story of the creation and to that of Ezekiel for the purpose of making them comprehensible to oneself or to others. The question here is that of an interpretation, or rather of a doctrine, which, although known, was taught under the seal of mystery, of a science furnished with a fixed form as well as fixed principles, since we know the manner of its division and since it is shown to us. Divided into several chapters, each one of which is headed by a summary. For it is to be noted, that Ezekiel's vision has nothing in common with all this, because it fills not several chapters, but only one, and precisely the one which is first in the works attributed to this prophet. Moreover, we see that this secret doctrine comprised two parts which have not been accorded equal importance, for the one part could not be taught to two persons, while the other could not be divulged at all, not even to one person, although he satisfied the severest conditions imposed upon him. If we are to believe Maimonides who, although a stranger to the Kabbalah, could not deny its existence, the first half, entitled, The Story of Genesis or of the Creation, taught the science of nature, the second half called, The Story of the Chariot, contained a treatise on theology. 75. This opinion was also accepted by all the Kabbalists. 76. Here is another passage wherein the same fact is presented to us in a no less evident manner. One day Yohanan said to Eliezer, "Come, I will teach thee the story of the Merkabah." The latter replied, "I am not old enough for that." When he became old, Yohanan died, and some time later Asi came to him and said, "Come, I will teach thee the story of the Merkabah." Eliezer answered, "Had I considered myself worthy, I would have learned it from Yohanan, thy master, Hajiga, 12a. We see by these words that, in order to be initiated into this mysterious and sacred science, it was not sufficient to be distinguished by intelligence and by eminent position, one had to attain also an advanced age, and even when all these conditions, equally observed by modern Kabbalists, 77 were fulfilled, one was not always so sure of his intelligence or moral force to accept the burden of these formidable secrets, which were not absolutely without danger to the positive belief and to the other observance of religious law. Here is a curious example told by the Talmud itself, in an allegorical language which it afterwards explains. The teachers taught, 4 persons entered the Garden of Delight, namely, Ben Azai, Ben Zoma, and Akiba. Ben Azai looked around and died. To him may be applied the verse of the Scriptures, Precious 78. In the sight of the Lord is the death of his saints, Psalm cxvi, 15. Ben Zoma also looked around and lost his reason. The Scriptures say of such as him, "Hast thou found honey, eat so much as is sufficient for thee, lest thou be filled therewith and vomit it." Prove. XXV, 16. Made ravages in the plantations. Akiba entered in peace and came out in peace. 79. This passage cannot possibly be taken literally, in the sense that it refers to a material vision of the splendors of another life, for, above all, the Talmud never uses the purely mystical terms of the text quoted when speaking of paradise. 84. How can we admit that a man could lose either faith or reason, as it happened to two of this legend, if, while still on earth, he had become aware of the heavenly powers awaiting the elect? We must, therefore, agree with the best reputed authorities of the synagogue, that the Garden of Delight entered by the 4 doctors, is nothing else but the mysterious science spoken of before. 81. A science dangerous to weak intelligences, because it may lead them either to insanity or to errors more fatal than impiety. It is this last result that the Gemara wishes to indicate when it says in speaking of that he made ravages in the plantations. It tells us that this person, so famous in Talmudic narrations, was before this one of the wisest teachers in Israel. His real name was Elisha ben Abua, which was substituted by to indicate the change in him. 82. And, in fact, when he issued from the allegorical garden into which his fatal curiosity had led him, he became an open infidel. He abandoned himself, says the text, to the generation of evil. 83. He lacked morals, betrayed his faith, led a scandalous life, and some people even accused him of the murder of a child. Where, really, is his first error to be found? Whither have his researches into the most important secrets of religion led him? The Jerusalem Talmud plainly states that he recognized 2 supreme principles. 84. And the Babylonian Talmud, from which we have taken the whole of this story, gives us to understand the same thing. It informs us that when saw in the heavens the power of Metatron, the angel next to God, 85, he exclaimed, "Perhaps there are, far be it, 2 supreme powers." 86. We need not dwell too long upon this portion of our subject, for we must cite other, more significant facts. Yet, we cannot refrain from remarking that the angel, or rather the hypostasis called Metatron, plays a very great part in the Kabbalistic system. It is he, properly speaking, who governs this visible world. He reigns over all the spheres swinging in space, over all the planets and celestial bodies, as well as over all the angels who conduct them, for above him is nothing but the intelligible forms of the divine essence, and spirits, so pure, that they cannot exercise any immediate action over material things. It has also been found that his name, interpreted in numbers, is no less than the synonym of the Almighty. 87 The Kabbalah is undoubtedly, as we shall soon prove, much further removed from dualism than from that which is nowadays called in a neighboring country, the doctrine of absolute identity, yet, is not the allegorical way in which it separates the intelligible essence of God and the ruling power of the world able to explain to us the error indicated by the Gemara. Our last citation, drawn from the same source, and accompanied by Maimonides' reflections, will, I hope, complete the demonstration of this capital point, that a certain philosophy, a religious metaphysics was, so to speak, orally taught among some of the Tanaim, or the most ancient theologians of Judaism. The Talmud informs us that in earlier days 3 names were known as the expressions of the idea of God, namely, the famous Tetragrammaton, or the name of 4 letters, and 2 names foreign to the Bible. One of these 2 names was composed of 12 letters, the other of 42. The first, though forbidden to the majority, circulated freely enough inside the schools. The wise men, the text says, taught it once a week to their sons and to their disciples. 88 The 12-lettered name was originally still more widely known. It was imparted to everybody. But when the number of the impious multiplied, it was entrusted to the most reticent among the priests, and these tried to make it inaudible by the singing of their brethren, the priests. 89 Finally, the name composed of 42 letters was looked upon as the most holy of the mysteries. 90 It was taught only to the one who was discreet, of ripe age, neither high-tempered, nor immoderate, nor stubborn, and who was gentle in his associations. 91 He who has been instructed in this secret, adds the Talmud, and guards it with vigilance and a pure heart, may count on the love of God and on the favor of men. His name inspires respect, his knowledge is protected against oblivion, and he finds himself heir to 2 worlds, the world we now live in and the world to come. 92 Maimonides very ingeniously remarks that there is no name composed of 42 letters in any language, and that this would be still more impossible in the Hebrew language where the vowels are not part of the alphabet. He, therefore, thought himself justified in concluding that the 42 letters formed several words, each one of which expressed a definite idea or a fundamental attribute of the Supreme Being, and when taken all together, they formed the true definition of the divine essence. 93 The statement, continues the same author, that the name just spoken of embraced a study in itself, and that the knowledge thereof was entrusted to the wisest only, undoubtedly means that, in order to define the essence of God, the peculiarity of God and of things in general would either have to be better elucidated or further developed. This is surely also the case with the 4-lettered name, for, how is it possible to suppose that a name so frequently met with in the Bible, and to which the Bible itself gives the sublime definition of ego sum qui sum, was kept a secret which was imparted once a week by the wise men into the ears of a few chosen disciples? That which the Talmud calls the knowledge of the names of God, concludes Maimonides, is, therefore, nothing but a small part of theology or metaphysics, and it is for this reason that it has been said to be proof against oblivion, for oblivion is not possible to ideas which have their seat in active intelligence, that is, in reason. 94 It would be difficult not to yield to these reflections, recommended no less by the common sense of the free thinker, as well as by profound science and the generally recognized authority of the Talmudists. 95 We shall add here one more observation, undoubtedly of very questionable importance in the eyes of common sense, but which is not valueless to the order of ideas which these researches bear, and which we shall be obliged to accept as an historical fact, by counting all the letters that compose the Hebrew names, the sacred, essential names of the 10 Sephiroth of the Kabbalah, and by prefixing to the last name of the Sephiroth the conjunctive particle, the, as it is done in all enumerations and in all languages we obtain exactly the number 42. Is it not, therefore, possible to think that this is the thrice holy name which even to the elite of the wise men was tremblingly confided? We would also find therein the full justification for all the remarks made by Maimonides. Here are the names and the figures which indicate the number of their letters, 5533555443. For, first of all, these 42 letters do not really form one name, as usually accepted, but several words. Then again, each one of these words expresses, in the opinion of the Kabbalists at least, an essential attribute of the divinity, or, what is the same thing to them, one of the necessary forms of existence. Finally, all together represent, according to the Kabbalistic science, according to the Zohar and all its commentators, the most exact definition of the supreme principle of all things that our minds are capable of conceiving. As such a concept of God is separated by an abyss from common belief, all precautions taken to prevent it from leaving the circle of initiates is very well understood. We certainly shall not insist upon this point, the importance of which, to say it again, we in no way exaggerate. We are satisfied for the moment to have shown, even to the evidence, the general result of the passages quoted. At the time, then, when the Mishnah was edited, there existed a secret doctrine on the creation and the divine nature. The manner of its study and division was agreed upon, and its name excited a kind of religious terror even among those who could not have known it. But, for how long had it existed? And if we cannot determine with precision the date of its birth, is there any way of telling when the deep shadows formed that shrouded its origin? It is this question which we shall now attempt to answer. In the opinion of the historians most worthy of our confidence, the editing of the Mishnah came to an end no later than the year 3949 of the creation, 189 years after the birth of Christ. 96. We must also bear in mind that Judah the Holy did but collect the precepts and traditions transmitted to him by the Tanaim, his predecessors, the words cited at first by us, and which forbid the imprudent delivery of the secrets of the creation and of the Merkabah, are, consequently, older than the book that contains them. True, we do not know the author of these words, but this in itself is further proof in favor of their antiquity, for, had they expressed the opinion of one man only, they would not have been clothed with legislative power, and, as is usually done under such circumstances, the name of the person responsible for them would have been mentioned. Besides, the doctrine itself necessarily precedes the law that interdicts its disclosure. It must have been known and must have acquired already a certain authority before the danger of its dissemination, not to say among the people, but among the doctors and masters in Israel was recognized. So, without undue boldness, we may date it, at least, from the end of the 1st century of the Christian era. This is precisely the time when Akiba and Simeon ben Yohai lived, to whom the Kabbalists attribute the composition of their most important and most celebrated works. In this generation must also be included Hosea of Zipporah, whom the Idra Rabbah, one of the most ancient and most remarkable fragments of the Zohar, counts among the intimate friends and most fervent disciples of Simeon ben Yohai. It is evidently to him that the Talmudic treatise, from which we have drawn the majority of our citations, attributes a knowledge of the Holy Merkabah. 97. Among the number of authorities who testify to the antiquity, if not of the books, at least of the Kabbalistic ideas, we do not hesitate to count the Chaldaic translation of the 5 books of Moses by Onkelos. This famous translation was looked upon with such great respect, that it was regarded as a divine revelation. The Babylonian Talmud, Tract Kiddushin, 49a, supposes that Moses received it on Mount Sinai at the same time when he received the written and oral law, that it came down to the time of the Tanaim by tradition, and that Onkelos received but the glory for transcribing it. A great many of the modern theologians have believed they have found in it the foundation of Christianity. They maintain particularly that they had recognized the second divine person in the word Memra, which really signifies the word, or the thought, and which the translator has placed everywhere for the name of Jehovah. 98. This much is certain, that their rules in this translation are spirit opposed to that of the Mishnah, of the Talmud, of common Judaism, and even of the Pentateuch. In short, the traces of mysticism are not rare there. Whenever it is only possible or of particular importance, an idea is substituted for a fact or an image, the literal meaning is sacrificed to the spiritual meaning, and anthropomorphism destroyed in order to show the divine attributes in their nakedness. At a time when the worship of the dead letter degenerated into idolatry, at a time when men passed their lives in counting the verses, the words and the letters of the law, 99. At a time when the official preceptors, the legitimate representatives of religion, saw nothing better to do than to crush the intellect as well as the will under an always increasing mass of external practices, that aversion for everything material and positive, and the habit of often sacrificing grammar and history to the interest of an exalted idealism, infallibly reveal to us the existence of a secret doctrine which has all the characteristics and all the pretensions of mysticism, and which, undoubtedly, does not date from the day it dared to speak in a clear language. Finally, without attaching too much importance to it, we cannot refrain from laying stress upon the following. We have already remarked, that in order to attain their aims and to introduce, in some manner, their own ideas into the very terms of the revelation, the Kabbalists resorted at times to more or less irrational means. One of these means, which consisted in forming a new alphabet by changing the value of the letters, or better, by substituting one for the other according to a definite order, is frequently employed in the Talmud, and made use of in a translation older than the one just spoken of, namely, the Aramaic paraphrase of Jonathan ben Uzziel, 100 contemporary and disciple of Hillel the Aged, who taught with great authority during the first years of the reign of Herod. 101 To be sure, such procedures may serve equivocally the most diverse ideas, but men do not invent an artificial language, the key to which is intentionally hidden, unless they have resolved to hide their thoughts, if not from all, at least, from the mass of the people. Furthermore, although the Talmud makes frequent use of similar methods, yet, the one we describe and which we believe to be the oldest, is entirely strange to it. Taken alone, this last fact would undoubtedly be of small demonstrative power, but added to those which already occupied our attention, it ought not to be disregarded. If we take them all together and compare them with one another, we are justified in stating that there spread among the Jews, before the end of the first century of the Christian era, a profoundly venerated science, distinct from the Mishnah, the Talmud and the sacred books, a mystic doctrine engendered evidently by the need of reflection and of independence, and I would even say, by the need of philosophy, and which, nevertheless, invoked in its favor the united authority of tradition and scriptures. The guardians of this doctrine, whom, from now on, we do not fear to designate by the name of Kabbalists, should not and cannot be confounded with the Essenes, whose name was already known at a much earlier epoch, but who still preserved their customs and beliefs until some time under the reign of Justinian. 102 In fact, if we refer to Josephus, de Bello Jud, 8i, and Philo, de Vita Contemplativa, in his collected works, the only ones deserving confidence on this point, the aim of this famous sect was essentially a moral and practical one. It endeavored to make dominant among men the kind of equality and brotherly love which was later on taught with such glitter by the founder and apostles of Christianity. The Kabbalah, on the other hand, was, according to the oldest testimonies brought by us, entirely a speculative science, which claimed to unveil the secrets of the creation and of the divine nature. The Essenes formed an organized society, very similar to the religious communities of the Middle Ages. Their outer life reflected their feelings and their ideas, and, besides, they admitted into their midst all those who distinguished themselves by a pure life, not excepting even women and children. The Kabbalists have always shrouded themselves in mysterious darkness, from the time of their first appearance to the time when the press betrayed their secret. At rare intervals, and with the greatest precaution, they opened their portals halfway for some new adept who was always chosen only from among the select minds, and whose advanced age warranted his discretion and wisdom. Finally, in spite of the all too pharisaical rigidity of their observance of the Sabbath, the Essenes were certainly not afraid to reject publicly the traditions, to give morality a very conspicuous preference over cult, and even to retain in the latter neither the sacrifice nor the ceremonies commanded by the Pentateuch. Like the greater number of Christian mystics, and like the Karmathians among the followers of Islam, the adepts of the Kabbalah followed all the external practices. They were generally careful not to attack the tradition which they themselves invoked in their favor. And, as we have already noted, several of them were counted among the most revered doctors of the Mishnah. We may also add that later on they were seldom found to be untrue to these habits of prudence. Chapter 2. The Kabbalistic Books. Authenticity of the Sefer Yetzirah. We come now to the original books in which, according to the most widespread opinion, the Kabbalistic system took form since its birth. Judging from the titles 103 which have come down to us, the books were very numerous. But we shall consider only those which time has conserved for us, and which commend themselves to our attention by their importance as well as by their antiquity. There are two of the latter kind which fully correspond with the conception which we can form of the history of Genesis, and of the Holy Merkabah, according to the Talmud. One, entitled the Book of Formation, contains, I do not say a system of physics, but such a system of cosmology as could have been conceived in an epoch and in a country where the habit of explaining all phenomena by an immediate action of the first cause must have stifled the spirit of observation, and where, consequently, certain general and superficial relations perceived in the external world must have passed for the science of nature. The other is called the Zohar, or brightness, according to the words of Daniel, and they that be wise shall shine as the brightness of the firmament. 104 The Zohar treats more particularly of God, of spirits, and of the human soul, in a word, of the spiritual world. We are far from according the same importance and the same value to these two works. The second, much richer and much more extensive, but also more difficult, must, no doubt, hold the most prominent place, but we shall begin with the first, which seems to us to be the most ancient of the two. Talmudic texts, of which neither the sense nor the age have been well established, were invoked in favor of the antiquity of the Sefer Yetzirah. We shall pass in silence these as well as the legends and the controversies to which they give rise. Our observations will bear only upon the foundation of the book which we aim to make known. They will suffice to make the character appreciable and to demonstrate the lofty origin. First, the system contained in it responds in every respect to the idea conveyed by the title of the book. We are assured of the fact by the words of the first proposition: with the 32 marvelous paths of wisdom the world was created by the Eternal, the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, the living, the Almighty, the Supreme God who dwells in eternity, whose name is sublime and holy. Second, the means employed there to explain the work of the creation and the importance given to numbers and to letters make us understand how ignorance and superstition abused later this principle, how the fables mentioned by us spread, and, finally, how the so-called practical Kabbalah was formed, which gives to numbers and to letters the power to change the course of nature. The form is simple and grave, nothing that resembles, even faintly, demonstration or argument. There are nothing but aphorisms distributed in fairly regulated order, but as concise as the ancient oracles. One striking fact is that the term which was later on used exclusively for the designation of the soul, is still used here as in the Pentateuch to designate the living human body. 105 True, there are several words of foreign origin in the book, the names of the 7 planets and the name of the celestial dragon, mentioned several times in the book, belong, evidently, to the language as well as to the science of the Chaldeans, who exercised an all-powerful influence over the Hebrews during the Babylonian captivity. 106 But the purely Greek, Latin, and Arabic expressions, seen in large numbers in the Talmud and in the more modern writings where the Hebrew language serves philosophy and science, are not found there. Now, it may be admitted as a general, and I may almost dare say, as an infallible principle, that all works of this nature wherein the civilization of the Greeks and the Arabs take no part, may be regarded as prior to the birth of Christianity. We surely admit that it would not be difficult to find vestiges of the language and philosophy of Aristotle in the work now under consideration, and to which we attribute, without fear, this character. When, for instance, after the above-quoted proposition of the 32 marvelous paths of wisdom which served for the creation of the universe, it adds that there are also 3 terms, that which counts, that which is counted, and the very action of counting, translated by the oldest commentators as the subject, the object, and the act of the reflection or the thought. 107 It is impossible not to recall this celebrated phrase of the 12th book of Metaphysics: the intelligence comprehends itself by grasping the intelligible, and it becomes the intelligible by the very act of comprehension and cognition, so that the intelligence and the intelligible are identical. 108 But it is evident that these words were added to the text, for they are connected neither with the proposition which precedes them, nor with the one following them. They do not recur under any form in any other place of the book, whereas the use of the 10 numbers and the 22 letters which form the 32 means applied to the creation by divine wisdom, is explained at great length. Finally, we cannot understand how these words could find place in a treatise which deals with nothing but the relations that exist between the different parts of the material world. As to the difference in the 2 manuscripts reproduced in the Mantua edition, one at the end of the volume, the other amidst the diverse commentaries, they are far from being as great as certain modern critics would have us believe. 109 After an impartial and detailed comparison, it is found to be based entirely upon some unimportant variant such as may be met with in all works of great antiquity, which suffered, by this very fact, during several centuries from the inattention or from the temerity of commentators. In fact, in both are found not only the same foundation and the same system considered from a general point of view, but also the same division and the same number of chapters, placed in the same order and devoted to the same subject matter. What is more, the same ideas are expressed in the same terms. But we do not find any more that perfect similarity in the numbers and places of the diverse propositions which, under the name of Mishnah, so clearly distinguish one from another. Here repetitions, there abbreviations, here united what is separated elsewhere. Finally, one appears also more explicit than the other, not alone in the words, but in the meanings as well. We do not know, and consequently cannot cite, more than one passage where the last difference is visible, at the end of the first chapter where it is the question of enumerating the principles of the universe which correspond to the 10 numbers. One manuscript very simply says that first of all comes the Spirit of the living God, the other adds that this Spirit of the living God is the Holy Spirit which is, at the same time, Spirit, voice and word. 110. Doubtless this idea is of the greatest importance, but it is not lacking in the manuscript where it is not so clearly formulated. It constitutes, as we shall soon prove, the basis and the result of the entire system. Moreover, the Book of Formation was translated and explained in Arabic at the commencement of the 10th century, by Rabbi Sodya, a high methodical and wise mind, who considered it one of the most ancient and one of the first monuments of the human mind. 111. Without according any exaggerated value to this testimony, we shall add that all the commentators who succeeded him during the 12th and 13th centuries expressed the same conviction. Like all works of a very remote epoch, the one under consideration also lacks the title as well as the name of the author, but it closes with these strange words, "And when our father Abraham had considered, examined, fathomed and grasped the meaning of all these things, the Master of the universe manifested himself to him, called him his friend, and entered into an eternal covenant with him and his posterity. Abraham then believed in God, and that was counted unto him as a work of justice, and the glory of God was called upon him. For it is to him that these words apply, I have known thee before I formed thee in the womb of thy mother." This passage cannot be considered as a modern invention. With only a few alterations it exists in the two texts of the Mantua edition, and it is found in the oldest commentaries. It is our opinion that in order to give more interest to the Book of Formation, it was supposed, or it was desired to have others suppose, that the things contained in the book were precisely those observed by the first patriarch of the Hebrews, and which gave him the idea of a God, one and all-powerful. There exists, besides, a tradition among the Jews, according to which Abraham had great astronomical knowledge, and that he raised himself to the idea of the true God solely by observing the spectacle of nature. The words quoted above, nevertheless, have been interpreted in a most gross material way. Abraham himself was taken as the author of the book wherein his name is mentioned with religious respect. Moses Betril's commentary on the Sefer Yetzirah begins thus, "It was Abraham, our father, peace be upon him, who wrote this against the wise men of his time who were incredulous concerning the principles of monotheism." This is, at least, what our Sodya, the memory of the just be blessed, believes in the first chapter of his book entitled, The Philosopher's Stone. I give his own words. The wise men of Chaldea attacked Abraham, our father, in his belief. Now, the sages of Chaldea were divided into three sects. The first sect pretended that the universe was subject to two primal causes which were entirely contrary in their way of action. One was busy destroying what the other produced. This opinion is that of the dualists who rest their theory on the principle that there can be nothing in common between the author of good and the author of evil. The second sect admitted three primal causes. As the two contrary principles, of which we have spoken, reciprocally paralyze each other, and as nothing can be accomplished in this manner, they recognized a third, deciding, principle. The third sect, finally, confessed no other God but the Son, in which it recognized the sole principle of life and death. See Sefer Yetzirah, Mantua edition, page 20-21. Notwithstanding such an imposing and universally respected authority, the opinion just noted has not even one adherent nowadays. The name of the patriarch has long since been replaced by that of Akiba, one of the most fanatical champions of the tradition, one of the numerous martyrs of his country's liberty, and one who would have been counted by posterity among the heroes most worthy of admiration had he played a part in the ancient republics of Athens and Rome. This other opinion is, no doubt, less improbable than the first one, yet, we surely do not believe it better based. Although, whenever mentioning him, the Talmud represents Akiba as an almost divine being, and although it ranks him even above Moses, 112, yet he is not presented in any place as one of the luminaries of the Merkabah or of the science of Genesis. Nowhere are we led to surmise that he wrote the Book of Formation, or any other book of that nature. On the contrary, he was positively reproached for not having entertained very lofty ideas of the nature of God. Until when, Rabbi Akiba, said Rabbi Jose the Galilean to him, until when will you continue to profane the divine majesty? 113. The enthusiasm he inspired was caused by the importance he accorded to the tradition, by the patience with which he knew how to draw from the tradition's rules for all actions of life. 114. By the zeal with which he taught during a period of 40 years, and, perhaps, also by the heroism of his death. The 24,000 disciples attributed to him do not bear out the fact that the Mishnah forbade to divulge even the least important secrets of the Kabbalah to more than one person. Several modern critics have fancied that two different works were known under the same title, Sefer Yetzirah, one attributed to the patriarch Abraham, has long since disappeared. The other, much more modern, is the one conserved for us. This opinion is founded upon gross ignorance. Morin, author of Biblical Exercises, 115, borrowed it from a chronicler of the 16th century, who, speaking of Akiba, said, "Akiba is he who drew up the Book of Formation in honor of the Kabbalah, but there is another Book of Formation composed by Abraham, to which Rabbi Moses ben Naaman, abbreviated, Ramban, wrote a great and marvelous commentary." 116. This commentary, written at the close of the 13th century, but printed in the Mantua edition several years after the chronicle just cited, 117, evidently relates to the book now in our hands. Most of the expressions of the text are faithfully preserved therein, and it is evident that it was not read by the historian whose words we have cited. Besides, the first who wrote the name of Akiba instead of the name of Abraham was a Kabbalist of the 14th century, Isaac de Lattes, who in his preface to the Zohar asked, who permitted Rabbi Akiba to write the book which has been orally transmitted since Abraham. 118. These words, which we have tried to preserve faithfully, are evidently contrary to the distinction which we wish to destroy, and, yet, this distinction rests, in the last instance, on that authority only. So the author of the Book of Formation is as yet not discovered, nor is it we who are to rend the veil which hides his name. We even doubt whether this is possible with the feeble elements at our disposal. But the uncertainty on this point to which we are condemned, does not always reach the propositions which we think to have demonstrated and which, if need be, may suffice to satisfy the purely philosophical interest which we must look for in these matters. Chapter 3. The authenticity of the Zohar. A much more lively interest, but also more serious difficulty follow the literary monument still to be considered by us. The Zohar, or the Book of Brightness, is the universal code of the Kabbalah. Under the modest form of a commentary on the Pentateuch, it touches, with absolute independence, upon all questions of a spiritual nature, and, at times, it rises to the height of doctrines which even in our day the strongest intellect may be proud of. But it is very far from always maintaining the same heights. Very often it sinks to a language, to sentiments and to ideas which betray the lowest degree of ignorance and superstition. Side by side with the virile simplicity and naive enthusiasm of the biblical times, we find names, facts, informations, and habits which set us amidst an epoch of the earliest Middle Ages. This inequality in form as well as in thought, this fantastic mixture of characters which differentiate the very widely separated times, and, finally, the almost absolute silence of the two Talmuds, and the lack of positive documents until the close of the 13th century, have given rise to the most divergent opinions upon the origin and the author of this book. We shall present them according to the most ancient and the most faithful witnesses. We shall then attempt to judge them before rendering a decision on this difficult question. All that has been said, all that is still generally thought nowadays of the formation and of the antiquity of the Zohar, is summed up impartially by two authors whom we have already cited several times. The Zohar, says Abraham ben Solomon Zacuto, in his Book of Genealogies, 119, the Zohar, whose rays illumine the world, 120, and which contains the most profound mysteries of the law and of the Kabbalah, is not the work of Simeon ben Yohai, although it has been published under his name. But it was edited by his disciples according to his words, and his disciples themselves confided the care of the continuation of their task to other disciples. Written as were the words of the Zohar by men who had lived long enough to know the Mishnah and all the opinions and precepts of the oral law, they are, for that reason, all the more in harmony with the truth. This book was not discovered until after the death of Rabbi Moses ben Naaman and of Rabbi Asher, who knew of it. 121. Rabbi Gedalia, author of the famous chronicle, The Chain of Tradition, 122, expresses his opinion on the same subject in the following words: toward the year 5050 of the creation, 1290 Christian era, there were different persons who claimed that all the parts of the Zohar written in the Jerusalem dialect, the Aramean dialect, were composed by Rabbi Simeon ben Yohai, but all those written in the sacred language, pure Hebrew, ought not to be attributed to him. Others affirmed that Rabbi Moses ben Naaman, having discovered the book in the Holy Land, sent it to Catalonia, whence it passed to Aragon and fell into the hands of Moses de Leon. Finally, several people have thought that Moses de Leon, who was a learned man, had drawn all these commentaries from his own imagination, and that he published them under the name of Rabbi Simeon ben Yohai and his friends, in order to derive great benefit therefrom from the learned quarters. It is added that he acted thus because he was poor and crushed by burdens. 123. As far as I am concerned, adds the same author, I hold that all these opinions are baseless, and I believe, to the contrary, that Rabbi Simeon ben Yohai and his pious association did really say all these things and many more, but it may be that they were not properly drawn up in those days, and after they have been dispersed in several portions for a long time, they were finally collected and put in order. This is not astonishing, for it was thus that our master, Judah the Pious, edited the Mishnah, the different manuscripts of which were at first scattered to the four corners of the earth. In like manner Rabbi Ashi also composed the Gemara. We see by these words, to which modern criticism has not added much of a decisive character, that the question we are now considering has already been solved in three different ways. Some maintain that, barring a few passages written in Hebrew which do not exist nowadays in any edition or in any known manuscript, 124 the Zohar pertains entirely to Simeon ben Yohai. Others, just as exclusive in their view, attribute it to an impostor called Moses de Leon, and do not date it earlier than the end of the 13th or the beginning of the 14th century. Others, finally, have endeavored to conciliate these two extreme opinions by supposing that Simeon ben Yohai contented himself with the propagation of his doctrine through oral teaching, and that the memories thereof left by him either in the minds or in the notebooks of his disciples, were not united until several centuries after his death in the book in our possession today under the name of the Zohar. Considered in the absolute sense, taking the words we have quoted literally, the first of the two opinions is hardly worthy of serious refutation. Let us first look at the fact which was to serve as its basis and which we shall borrow from the Talmud. 125 Rabbi Judah, Rabbi Hosei and Rabbi Simeon were together one day, and near them was a certain Judah ben Jerim. 126 Rabbi Judah opened the conversation, and said, How beautiful are the works of this nation, the Romans. They let bridges, markets, and public baths be erected. Rabbi Hosei kept silence, but Rabbi Simeon ben Yohai answered, Whatever they erected is to their interest only. They built markets to attract prostitutes, they built baths for their own pleasure, and they built bridges to levy taxes on. Judah ben Jerim went out and told what he heard, and caused it to reach the ears of Caesar, the Roman government, and the latter rendered the following judgment, Judah, who exalted shall be raised in dignity. 127 Hosei, who kept silence, shall be exiled to Cyprus. 128 Simeon, who spoke ill of me, shall be put to death. Accompanied by his son, he, Rabbi Yohai, immediately repaired to the house of study, whither his wife brought him daily a loaf of bread and a bowl of water. 129 But as the prescriptive decree became too oppressive, he said to his son, Woman is light-minded, and when tortured perhaps, may betray us. They, therefore, left this place to hide in a deep cave. There, by a miracle, a St. John's bread tree and a spring of water was created for them. Simeon and his son stripped themselves of their clothes, and, buried to their necks in sand, they passed all day meditating upon the law. 12 years they thus spent in the cave, until the prophet Elijah came, placed himself at the entrance of the cave and exclaimed, Who will announce to the son of Yohai that Caesar is dead, and that the prescription has been revoked? They went forth 1:30 and saw people sow and plough. It is said, although not vouched for any longer by the Talmud, that during these 12 years of solitude and prescription, Simeon ben Yohai, aided by Eliezer his son, composed the renowned work to which his name is still affixed. Were even the fabulous details separated from the narrative, it would still be difficult to justify the inference drawn from it, for it is not told what were the results, or what was the object of the meditations, in which the two proscripts tried to forget their suffering. Then again, there are a multitude of facts and names found in the Zohar which Simeon ben Yohai, who died a few years after the destruction of Jerusalem, in the 2nd century of the Christian era, could certainly not have known. For instance, how could he have spoken of the 6 portions into which the Mishnah is divided, when the latter was written nearly 60 years after his death? 131 How could he have mentioned the authors and the procedure of the Gemara which commences at the death of Judah the Saint, and ends only 500 years after the birth of Christ? 132 How could he have learned the names of vowel signs and other inventions of the school of Tiberius which, at most, cannot reach back earlier than the beginning of the 6th century? 133 Several critics have suggested that under the name of the Ishmaelites the Zohar refers to the Mohammedan Arabs who are so designated in all the writings published by modern Jews. The following passage, in fact, makes it difficult to deny that interpretation. The moon is at the same time the sign of good and the sign of evil. The full moon signifies the good, the new moon signifies the evil, as it holds equally the good and the evil. The children of Israel and the children of Ishmael have alike taken it as the rule of their calculations. 134 If an eclipse takes place during the full moon, it is not a good omen for Israel. If, on the contrary, the eclipse takes place during the new moon, an eclipse of the sun, it is a bad omen for Ishmael. Thus are verified the words of the prophet, Is. 6:14 The wisdom of their wise men shall perish, and the understanding of their prudence shall be hid. But it must be noted that these words do not belong to the text. They have been borrowed from a much less ancient commentary, entitled, The Faithful Shepherd, which has been slipped into the Zohar by the first editors, on their own authority, wherever they thought to have found a gap. A passage even more decisive could have been found in the Zohar, for the following is what a disciple of Simeon ben Yohai pretends to have heard from the mouth of his master: Woe to the moment when Ishmael was brought forth and invested with the sign of circumcision. 4. What did the Lord do, whose name be blessed? He excluded the children of Ishmael from the celestial union. But as they held the merit having adopted the sign of the covenant, he reserved for them here below a portion in the possession of the Holy Land. The children of Ishmael are, therefore, destined to reign over the Holy Land, and they shall hinder the children of Israel from returning to it. But it shall last only until the time when the merit of the children of Ishmael shall be exhausted. They will then excite terrible wars on earth. The children of Edom will unite against them and war upon them, some on land, some on sea, and others near Jerusalem. Victory will rest now with one, now with the other, but the Holy Land will not be delivered into the hands of the children of Edom. To understand correctly the sense of these lines, it is sufficient to know that with the name of Edom the Jewish writers, I speak of those who made use of the Hebrew language, designated first pagan Rome, and next Christian Rome and all ancient Christian peoples in general. Now, as there can be no question here of pagan Rome, the intention was doubtless to speak here of the strife of the Saracens against the Christians, and even of the Crusades before the fall of Jerusalem. As to the prediction of Simeon ben Yohai, I need not tell what place it is to hold in our judgment. But I shall not dwell any longer upon the demonstration of these facts, generally known now and vilely repeated by all modern critics. 135 We shall add only one last observation which, I hope, will not be without merit for the conclusion which we are desirous to reach at last. In order to gain the conviction that Simeon ben Yohai cannot possibly be the author of the Zohar, and that the book is not, as has been maintained, the fruit of 13 years of meditation and solitude, it is necessary to pay some attention to the stories which are almost always mingled with the exposition of the ideas. Thus, in the fragment entitled Idrazuta, of which we hope to translate a great part, and which forms in every respect an admirable episode in this vast compilation, it is told that when near death, Simeon ben Yohai summoned the small number of his disciples and friends, among whom was also his son Eliezer, for the purpose of giving them his last instructions. Thou, he said to Eliezer, will teach, Rabbi Abba will write, and my other friends will meditate in silence. 136 The Master Yohai is seldom introduced as speaking. His doctrines are delivered orally by his son or his friends, who again come together after his death to communicate to one another what each one remembered of his teachings, and to enlighten themselves mutually on the common faith. The words of the Scriptures, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity, were thought by them applicable to themselves. 137 When some of them meet on the highway, their conversation immediately turns upon the habitual subject of their meditations, and some passage of the Old Testament is then explained in a purely spiritual sense. Here is an example taken at random from thousands. Rabbi Judah and Rabbi Hosea were together on a journey. Rabbi Judah then said to his traveling companion, Tell me something from the law, and the divine Spirit will descend to us, for as often as man meditates upon the words of the law, the Spirit of God either joins him or goes before him to lead him. 138 Finally, as has been said before, books are also cited, of which only widely scattered fragments have come down to us and which necessarily must be considered more ancient than the Zohar. We translate yet the following passage which might be believed to have been written by some disciple of Copernic, were we not compelled, even denying its every authenticity, to date it, at least, from the end of the 13th century. In the book of Hamuna the Elder it is fully explained that the earth turns upon itself like a sphere, that some people are above, others below, that all creatures change their appearance to the climate of each place, although keeping always the same position. That certain places on earth are light, while others are in darkness, that some have day while others have night, and that there are countries where it is always day, or where night lasts but a few moments at least. 139. It is quite evident, accordingly, that the author of the Zohar, whoever he may have been, had not even intended to attribute the book to Simeon ben Yohai, of whose death and last moments he tells. Are we, then, forced to honor an obscure rabbi of the 13th century, an unfortunate charlatan who, necessarily, must have devoted long years in writing it, and who yielded only to the cry of misery and to the hope of relieving it by such slow and uncertain means? Surely not. And even were we content with examining the intimate nature and the intrinsic value of the book, we shall have no trouble at all in demonstrating that this opinion has no better foundation than the first one. But we have still more positive arguments to combat it. The Zohar is written in an Aramean language belonging to no particular dialect. What scheme could de Leon have had in mind by making use of this idiom which was not in use in his time? Did he, as is maintained by a modern critic already quoted, 140, desire to impart a semblance of truth to his fictions by making the various persons under whose names he wished to pass off his own ideas, speak the language of their epoch? But since he was in possession of such widespread knowledge, a fact admitted even by those whose opinions we combat, he must also have known that Simeon ben Yohai and his friends were counted among the authors of the Mishnah, and, although the Jerusalem dialect was probably their everyday language, it would have been more natural to make them write in Hebrew. Some maintain that he really did make use of this last language, that he did not invent the Zohar, but only falsified it by admixing his own thoughts, and that his imposture was soon discovered. 141. As nothing of the kind has come down to us, this assertion need not occupy us any longer. Whether true or false, it confirms our observations. Besides, we are quite sure that Moses de Leon wrote a Kabbalistic book in Hebrew which bears the title, The Name of God, or, simply, the name, Sefer HaSham. The work is still in manuscript, and was seen by Moses Cordovero. 142. From the few passages that he quotes, it is evident that it was a very detailed and, frequently, a very subtle commentary on some of the most obscure points of the doctrine taught in the Zohar. The following is an example. What are the different channels, i.e., the influences, the mutual relations that exist between all the Sephiroth, and which channels conduct the divine light, or primordial substance of things, from one Sephiroth to another? Is it possible that the same man, who at first had written the Zohar in the Chaldeo-Syrian dialect, be it to add interest by the difficulty of the language, or to make his thoughts inaccessible to the common people, would then consider it necessary to explain, to further develop in Hebrew, and place within reach of everybody, that which, at the cost of so much labor and trouble, he had hidden in a language almost forgotten even by the scholars themselves? Shall we say, that by such means he was still more certain of putting his readers on the wrong scent? Indeed, it is too much trickery, too much time, patience and effort spent for the miserable aim which he is accused of having placed for himself. The combinations are too learned and too complicated for a man who has been accused, both of the most stupid contradictions and the grossest anachronism. Another reason which compels us to consider the Zohar as a work much earlier than the time of Moses de Leon, and foreign to Europe, is that we do not find therein the least vestige of the philosophy of Aristotle, and that we do not meet there, even once, the name of Christianity or of its founder. 143. It is known, though, that Christianity and Aristotle exercised absolute authority in Europe in the 13th and 14th centuries. How, then, can we admit that a poor Spanish rabbi would have written in those fanatical days on religious subjects, in a language which could not betray him, without lodging some complaint against Christianity, which the Talmudists and later writers attacked so frequently, and without being subject, like Sodia, Maimonides and all those who followed the same path, to the inevitable influence of the peripatetic philosophy? Were we to read all the commentaries on the Book of Formation which we possess nowadays, were we to glance at all the philosophic and religious monuments of that epoch and of several centuries previous, we shall find everywhere the language of the Organim, and the influence of the Stagirite. 144. The absence of this character is a fact of incontestable importance. We ought not to look in the Sephiroth, of which we shall speak at greater length later on, for any veiled imitation of the categories, for while the latter are but of logical value, the Sephiroth contain a metaphysical system of the highest order. If the Kabbalah does have a few features resembling a system of Greek philosophy, it is the Platonic. Yet, it is known that the same can be claimed for every kind of mysticism, and, besides, Plato was little known outside his fatherland. It is to be noted, finally, that the ideas and expressions which belong essentially, and which are exclusively consecrated to the Kabbalistic system expounded in the Zohar, are found also in writings of a much earlier date than the close of the 13th century. Thus, according to a writer whom we had already occasion to mention, Moses Bottrell, one of the commentators of the Sefer Yetzirah, the doctrine of emanation, as understood by the Kabbalists, was known to Sodia, for he, Moses Bottrell, cites from him the following words which, he says, are quoted literally from the work entitled The Philosopher's Stone, which, it is true, is wrongly attributed to him. O thou man who drawest from the cisterns at the source, 145, guard thyself, when tempted, to reveal something of the belief of the emanation, which is a great mystery in the mouth of all the Kabbalists, and this mystery is hidden in the words of the law, thou shalt not tempt the Lord. 146. Nevertheless, Sodia, in his work on Beliefs and Opinions, attacks very forcibly the doctrine which is the basis of the system expounded in the Zohar, and it is impossible not to recognize it in the following passage. I have sometimes met men who cannot deny the existence of a creator, but who think that our mind cannot conceive that a thing could be made from nothing. Now, as the creator is the only being who was in existence at first, they maintain that he drew everything from his own substance. Those men, may God keep you from their opinion, have still less sense than all those of whom we have spoken. 147. The meaning we give to these words becomes still more evident when we read in the same chapter that the belief to which they allude is especially justified in the book of Job. 148. Whence then cometh wisdom, and where is the place of understanding? God understandeth the way thereof, and he knoweth the place thereof. Job, XXVII, 20 and 23. We find here, in fact, the names consecrated by the Zohar to the first three highest 149 Sephiroth which comprise all the others, and which are wisdom, intelligence, and above them the place, or the no-thing, non-ends, 150, so called because it represents the infinite, without attribute, without form, without any qualification, a state devoid of all reality, and therefore incomprehensible to us. 151. It is in this sense, say the Kabbalists, that all that is was drawn from no thing. The same author gives us also a psychological theory identical with that attributed to the school of Simeon ben Yochai, 152, and he tells us 153 that the dogma of pre-existence and of transmigration of the soul, which is distinctly taught in the Zohar, 154, was accepted in his days by several men who, nevertheless, called themselves Jews, and who, he adds, confirmed their extravagant opinion by the testimony of the Scriptures. Nor is this all. Saint Jerome, in one of his letters, 155, speaks of 10 mystical names, decem nomina mystica, by which the sacred books designated the divinity. Now, these 10 names which Saint Jerome not only mentions, but of which he gives the full enumeration, are precisely the same which represent in the Zohar the 10 Sephiroth or attributes of God. The following is what we really read in the Book of Mystery, Sifra Dizinuta, one of the most ancient fragments of the Zohar, and, at the same time, a resume of the highest principles of the Kabbalah. When man wishes to address a prayer to the Lord, he may invoke either the holy names of God, Yeh, Jehovah, Yah, El, Elohim, Yedad, Elohezebot, Shaddai, Adonai, or the 10 Sephiroth, namely, the crown, wisdom, intelligence, beauty, grace, justice, etc. All Kabbalists agree on the principle that the 10 names of God and the 10 Sephiroth are one and the same. For, they say, the spiritual part of the names of God is the very essence of the divine numbers. 156. In several of his writings, St. James speaks also of certain Hebrew traditions on Genesis, which attribute to paradise, or, as is always called in Hebrew, Gan Eden, a greater antiquity than that of the world. 157. Let us note first, that among the Jews there were no other traditions of an analogous title known, than those contained in the mysterious science called by the Talmud the History of Genesis. As to the belief of those traditions, it is in perfect harmony with the Zohar, where the supreme wisdom, the divine word by which creation was begun and accomplished, the principle of all intelligence and of all life, is designated as the true Eden, otherwise called the higher Eden, Eden E2O. 158. But a fact more important than all the facts hitherto noted, is the intimate resemblance offered by the Kabbalah, in language as well as in thought, with the sects of Gnosticism, chiefly those brought forth in Syria, and with the religious code of the Nazarene which was discovered a few years ago, and translated from the Syrian into Latin. We shall postpone the proof of this fact to that part of our work where we shall investigate the relationship between the Kabbalistic system and the other religions or philosophical systems. Here we shall only point out that the doctrines of Simon the Magician, Ilksate, Bardesanes, and Valentine, are known to us only by fragments scattered through the works of a few of the Fathers of the Church, as in those of Irenaeus and Clement of Alexandria. Now, we cannot suppose that those works were familiarly known to a rabbi of the 13th century, who, even in the very work with the authorship of which some wish to honor him, proves to be quite a stranger to any literature, and especially to that of Christianity. We are, therefore, forced to admit that Gnosticism borrowed a great deal, if not precisely from the Zohar as we know it today, at least from the traditions and from the theories contained therein. We shall not separate the hypothesis which we just refuted from the one which presents to us the Kabbalah as an imitation of the mystic philosophy of the Arabs, and dates its birth sometime during the reign of the Caliphs, at the earliest, near the beginning of the 11th century, at the epoch when the philosophy of the Mussulmans first showed traces of mysticism. 159 This opinion, long ago expressed as a mere conjecture in the Memoirs de l'Académie des Inscriptions, Memoirs of the Academy of Inscriptions, 160 has recently been resuscitated by Mr. Tholuck, who lent to it the support of his rich erudition. In a preliminary memoir in which he investigated the influence the Greek philosophy may have exercised over the philosophy of the Mohammedans, 161 the learned Orientalist comes to the conclusion that the doctrine of the emanation was known to the Arabs simultaneously with Aristotle's system, for the latter reached them through the commentaries of Themistius, Theon of Smyrna, Ennius of Gaza and Johann Philoponus, in short, with the ideas of Alexandria, expressed, surely, in a very incomplete form. This germ, once deposited in the breast of Islamism, developed rapidly into a vast system which, like the system of Plotinus, raised enthusiasm above reason, and, after making all beings spring from the divine substance, proposed to man, as the last step of perfection, a reunion with it through ecstasy and annihilation of self. It is this, half Arabic, half Greek mysticism, that Tholuck would have us admit as the true and only source of the Kabbalah. 162 To that end he begins by attacking the authenticity of the Kabbalistic books, above all, that of the Zohar, which he regards as a compilation dating from the end of the 13th century, although he accords greater antiquity to the Kabbalah itself. 163 After having established this point beyond doubt, as he believes, he undertakes to demonstrate the close resemblance of the ideas contained in those books to those which form the substance of Arabian mysticism. Mr. Tholuck has advanced no argument against the authenticity of the Kabbalah which we have not already refuted. We shall stop only at the last and, undoubtedly, the most interesting part of his work. But here we are forced to anticipate somewhat and enter into the very foundation of the Kabbalistic system and into some consideration bearing upon its origin. We shall not complain if this will give us some diversion from the rather dry research which occupies us at this moment. The first thought which presents itself to the mind is, that the similarity between the Hebrew and the Arabic ideas, even if perfectly established, nowise concludes that the first ones are necessarily counterfeits of the latter. Is it not possible that both departed, by different channels, though, from one common source, much older than the Mussulman philosophy, much older even than the Greek philosophy of Alexandria? And Mr. Tholuck must really admit that, as far as the Arabians are concerned, they knew the philosophy of Alexandria not at all from its real sources. The works of Plotinus, of Jamblichus and of Proclus never reached them, and none of these had ever been translated either into Arabic or Syrian, and of the works of Porphyrius, they possessed only a purely logical commentary, the introduction to the treatise of the categories. 164 On the other hand, is it probable that at the time of the Mussulman invasion no trace was left of the ideas of ancient Persia and of the philosophy of the Magi, so famous throughout antiquity under the name of the wisdom of the Orient, and that they took no part in the intellectual movement which made the reign of the Abbasides so famous? 165 We know that Avicenna wrote a book on the Oriental wisdom. By what right, then, dare some affirm, upon the strength of a few rare citations of a more modern author, that this book was but a collection of Neoplatonic thoughts? 166 When Mr. Tholuck directs our attention to the following passage of Al-Ghazali, 167, know, that between the physical world and the one of which we just spoke, there exists the same relation as between our shadow and our body. 168 How is it that he does not remember that the Zoroastrians, members of one of the religious sects of ancient Persia, used those same terms and the same comparison to formulate the fundamental principle of their belief? 169 As to the Jews, the whole world knows that from the time of their captivity until the time of their dispersion they continued their relations with what they called the land of Babylon. We will not dwell upon this point which is to be considered at length later. We will only say that the Zohar positively quotes the Oriental wisdom, that wisdom, it says, known to the children of the East since the first days, 170, and from which it cites an example in perfect accord with its own doctrines. It is evident that the reference here made has no bearing upon the Arabians, whom the Hebrew writers invariably call the children of Ishmael, or the children of Arabia. A contemporaneous foreign philosophy, a recent product of the influence of Aristotle and his Alexandrian commentators, could not have been spoken of in such terms. The Zohar would not have dated it from the first ages of the world, nor would it have presented it as a legacy transmitted by Abraham to the children of his concubine, and by those to the nations of the Orient. 171. But we need not make use even of this argument, for the truth is that Arabic mysticism and the principles taught in the Zohar strike us by their differences rather than by their similarities. While these bear exclusively upon a few general ideas, common to all species of mysticism, the others cast a glow mainly upon the most essential points of the metaphysics of both systems, and leave no room for doubt that they were of different origins. Thus, to bring out the most important of the differences, we draw attention to the following. The Arabian mystics, recognizing in God the unique substance of all things and the immanent cause of the universe, teach that he reveals or manifests himself under three different aspects. First, in the aspect of unity or of absolute being, in the heart of which there rests as yet no distinction. Second, the aspect in which the objects of which the universe is composed begin to differentiate themselves in their essence and in intelligible forms, and to show themselves as present before the divine intelligence. The third divine manifestation is the universe itself. It is the true world, God become visible. 172. The Kabbalistic system is far from showing such simplicity. True, it also presents to us the divine substance as the unique substance, the inexhaustible source from which all life, all light, and all existence flow eternally. But instead of three manifestations, three general forms of the infinite being, it recognizes at once the 10 Sephiroth which divide themselves into three trinities, and then unite in one single trinity and one supreme form. Considered as a whole, the Sephiroth represent only the first degree, the first sphere, of existence, that which is called the world of emanation. Below these there are still to be found, each apart and offering an infinite variety, the world of pure spirit, or the world of creation, the world of spheres or of the intelligences directing them, called the world of formation, and finally, that lowest degree called the world of work, or the world of action. 173. The Arabian mystics recognize also a collective soul, from which all the world-animating souls emanate, a generating spirit whom they call the Father of Spirits, the Spirit of Mohammed, the source, model, and substance of all the other spirits. 174. An attempt has been made to find the pattern of the Adam Kadmon, the celestial man of the Kabbalists in this thought. But what the Kabbalists designate by that name is not only the principle of intelligence and of spiritual life, but it is also something which they regard as above and as below the spirit. It is the totality of the Sephiroth, or the world of emanation in its entirety, from the being in his most abstract and most intangible character, the degree called by them the point or the non-being, to the constituent forces of nature. Not a trace of the idea of metempsychosis, which holds so important a place in the Hebraic system, can be found in the beliefs of the Arabians. In vain do we also search in their works for those allegories met with in the Zohar, for that constant appeal to tradition, for those bold personifications which multiply by endless genealogies genealogize interminatis as St. Paul says, 175, and for those gigantic and fantastic metaphors which are so well compatible with the spirit of the ancient Orient. At the end of his work, though Locke himself, whose frankness equals his science, retreats from the thought which first misled him, and concludes, as we also may conclude, that it is entirely impossible to consider the Kabbalah as derived from the mystic philosophy of the Arabians. However, let us give his own words, which hold authority as coming from the mouth of a man profoundly learned in the philosophy and in the language of the Mussulman people. What can we conclude from the analogies? Very little, to my mind. For, whatever is alike in the two systems, will also be found in the more ancient doctrines, in the books of the Sabaeans and the Persians, and also among the Neoplatonians. On the contrary, the extraordinary form under which those ideas appear in the Kabbalah is entirely strange to the Arabian mystics. Besides, in order to make sure that the Kabbalah really derived from the contact with the latter, it would be necessary, first of all, to find the Sephiroth among them. But not the least trace of the Sephiroth can be found among the Arabians, for they knew only one mode under which God revealed himself. On this point, the Kabbalah comes much nearer to the doctrine of the Sabaeans and to Gnosticism. 176. The Arabic origin of the Kabbalah once proved inadmissible, the other theory, which makes up the Zohar work of the 13th century, loses the last support. I shall speak of a certain air of probability of which this theory may still boast. As already evidenced by the parallel which we have established, the Zohar really contains a highly important and widely embracing system. A conception of such a nature is not formed in one day, especially in an age of ignorance and blind faith, and with a class of people groaning under the heavy burden of contempt and persecution. And so, as we cannot find any of the antecedents or elements of the system of the Kabbalah in the Middle Ages, we must look for its origin in an earlier antiquity. We have come now to those who say that Simeon ben Yohai really taught the metaphysical and religious doctrine, which forms the basis of the Zohar, to a small number of disciples and friends, among whom was his son, that these lessons, though transmitted at first by word of mouth as inviolable secrets, were edited little by little, and that these traditions and notes, to which commentaries of more recent time were necessarily added, accumulated and, therefore altered in time, finally reached Europe from Palestine towards the close of the 13th century. We hope that this opinion, until now expressed with timidity and as a conjecture, will soon acquire the character and the rights of certainty. This opinion, above all, is in perfect accord, as we already noted by the author of the Chronicle, chain of tradition, with the history of all the other religious monuments of the Jewish people. The Mishnah, the Jerusalem and Babylonian Talmuds were also made up by joining the traditions of different ages and the lessons of different teachers, held together by a common principle. It agrees no less with a belief which, according to the historian just cited, must be quite old. I have learned from tradition, says the author, that this work was so voluminous, that when complete, it would have made up a camel's load. 177. Now, it cannot be supposed that one man, had he even spent his whole life in writing on such matters, could have left such differing proof of his productiveness. Finally, we read in the supplements of the Zohar, Tikkun HaZohar, which are written in the same language, and known just as long as the Zohar itself, that the latter will never be entirely published, or, to translate more faithfully, that it will be disclosed at the end of the days. 178. If we now examine the book itself for the purpose of searching therein, without prejudice, for some light on its origin, we must soon notice, by the inequality of style 179 and lack of unity, not in the system, it is true, but in the exposition, method, application of general principles and, finally, in the consideration of details, that it is utterly impossible to ascribe it to one person. Not to multiply unimportant examples, and not to insist upon facts of language which no translation can preserve, just as it is impossible to tear certain plants from their native soil without killing them, we shall limit ourselves to indicating rapidly the different principles which separate three fragments already mentioned from the rest of the work, namely, the Book of Mystery, Sifra Diziniuto, generally considered as the most ancient, the Great Assembly, Idra Rabbah, where Simeon ben Yohai is shown in the midst of all his friends, and, finally, the Lesser Assembly, Idra Zuta, where Simeon, on his deathbed after having been preceded to the grave by three of his disciples, gives his last instructions to the surviving. These fragments which, because of the great distance between them, seem to us at first sight lost in this immense collection, form, nevertheless, a perfectly coordinated whole in the progress of events as well as in the ideas. We find there, now in allegorical form, now in metaphysical language, consecutive and pompous description of the divine attributes, of their different manifestations, of the manner in which the world was formed, and of the relations between God and man. Never are there the heights of speculation left to descend to the external and practical life, to recommend the observation of the law or the ceremonies of religion. Never can we find there a name, a fact, or even an expression which could make us doubt the authenticity of these pages, in which originality of form enhances the value of the lofty thoughts. It is always the teacher who speaks, and who uses no other method but that of authority to convince his listeners. He does not demonstrate, he does not explain, he does not repeat what others have taught him, but he affirms, and every word spoken by him is received as an article of faith. That character is especially noticeable in the Book of Mystery, which is a substantial, though very obscure, summary of the entire work. 180. It may be said of it also, Decebat quasi auctoritatem habens, he taught as though he had authority. The mode of procedure in the rest of the book is different. Instead of continued exposition of one order of idea, instead of a freely conceived plan persistently followed, in which the sacred texts invoked by the author as testimony follow his own thoughts, we find there the incoherent and disorderly course of a commentary. The exposition of the Holy Scriptures is, nevertheless, a mere pretext, as we have already remarked, but it is no less true that, without entirely leaving the same circle of ideas, we are often led by the text from one subject to another. This gives rise to the thought that the notes and the traditions preserved in the school of Simeon ben Yochai were, according to the spirit of the times, adjusted to the principal passages of the Pentateuch instead of being fused into a common system according to a logical order. We are strengthened in this opinion when we take the trouble to assure ourselves that there is often not the least connection between the biblical text and the part of the Zohar which serves it as a commentary. The same incoherence, the same disorder prevail in the facts which, for the rest, are few in number and of uniform character. Here metaphysical theology no longer reigns in absolute sovereignty, but, side by side with the boldest and the most elevated theories, all too often we find the most material details of the external cult, or those puerile questions to which the Gemarists, similar therein to the casuists of all other beliefs, consecrated so many years and so many volumes. Here are assembled all the arguments which modern critics have brought forward in favor of the opinion common to them, and which we believe we have just proved to be false. Everything, finally, the form as well as the background in this last portion of the book, bear the traces of a more recent epoch, while the simplicity, the naive and credulous enthusiasm which reign in the first portion, often remind us of the time and language of the Bible. Not to anticipate, we can cite but one example from there, the story of the death of Simeon ben Yochai as told by Rabbi Abba, the disciple whom he charged with the editing of his teachings. We shall attempt the translation. The Holy Light, so Simeon was called by his disciples, the Holy Light had as yet not finished this last phrase, when his words stopped, and yet I continued to write. I had expected to write a long time yet, when I heard nothing more. I did not lift my head, for the light was too strong to look at. Suddenly I was violently agitated, and I heard a voice crying, "Long days, years of life and of happiness are now before thee." Then I heard another voice which said, "He asked for life of thee, and thou hast given him eternal years." During the entire day the fire did not leave the house, and no one dared come near him because of the fire and the light which surrounded him. All that day I lay stretched upon the ground, and I gave free course to my lamentations. When the fire departed, I saw that the Holy Light, the Saint of Saints, had departed from this world. He was stretched out there, lying on his right side, with a smiling face. His son Eliezer arose, took his hands and covered them with kisses, but I would have gladly eaten the dust that his feet had touched. Then all his friends came to weep for him, but none of them could break the silence. But at last their tears ran. Rabbi Eliezer, his son, fell upon the ground 3 times, unable to utter but these words, "My father! My father!" Rabbi Haya was first to rise on his feet, and said these words, "Until today the Holy Light has not ceased to give us light and to watch over us, now we have nothing left to render him but his last honors." Rabbi Eliezer and Rabbi Abba arose to put upon him his death garments, then all his friends met in tumult around him and from all the house exhaled perfume. He was stretched upon his bier, find none but Rabbi Eliezer and Rabbi Abba took part in that sad duty. When the bier was carried away, they saw him on high and a brilliant light shone before his face. Then they heard a voice which said, "Come and assemble to the nuptial feast of Rabbi Simeon." Such was Rabbi Simeon, son of Yochai, for whom the Lord gave glory to himself each day. In this world and in the world to come his part is lovely. Of him it was written, "But thou go thy way toward the end, and thou shalt rest in peace, and arise again for thy lot at the end of the days." 181. We do not want to exaggerate the value which these words may add to the observations that precede them, but they give us at least an idea of the character attributed to Simeon by his disciples, and of the religious homage which his name inspired in the entire Kabbalistic school. A more evident proof in favor of the opinion that we are defending will be doubtless found in the following text which we have nowhere seen cited, although it is to be found in every edition of the Zohar, in the oldest as well as in the most modern. After distinguishing 2 kinds of doctors, those of the Mishnah, and those of the Kabbalah, it is added, "It is of these latter the prophet Daniel spoke when he said, 'And they that be wise shall shine as the brightness of the firmament.'" They are those who occupy themselves with this book which is called the Book of Brightness, which, like the Ark of Noah, takes in 2 of a city and 7 of a kingdom, but sometimes there is but 1 of the same city, and 2 of the same family. It is in them that the words are fulfilled, "Every male shall be cast into the river." Now, the river 182 is none other than the light of this book. 183 These words form a part of the Zohar, and yet it is evident that the Zohar was already in existence at the time when they were written. It was even known under the name it now bears. We are, therefore, forced to the conclusion that it developed gradually during the course of several centuries, and by the labor of several generations of Kabbalists. Here is the substance, as the translation would require too much space, of another passage very precious in all respects, and by which we want to show especially that long after the death of Simeon ben Yohai his doctrine was preserved in Palestine where the Master lived and taught, and that emissaries were sent from Babylon to collect some of his words. One day when Rabbi Hosea and Rabbi Hezekiah were traveling together, the conversation turned upon the verse of Ecclesiastes, "For that which befalleth the sons of men befalleth beasts, even one thing befalleth them. As the one dieth, so dieth the other, yea, they have all one kind of spirit." 184 The two doctors could not comprehend that King Solomon, the wisest of men, had written those words which, if I may use the original expression, are an open door for those who have no faith. 185 While reasoning thus, they were accosted by a man who, fatigued by a long voyage and a hot sun, asked them for water to drink. They gave him wine, 186 and led him to a spring of water. As soon as he felt refreshed, the stranger told them that he was one of their co-religionists, and that through the mediation of his son, who devoted his entire time to the study of the law, he was initiated into this science. The question which occupied them before his arrival was then submitted to him. For the aim we wish to reach here, it is useless to tell how the stranger solved the question. We only want to say that he was actively applauded and that they permitted him to part very reluctantly. Somewhat later, the two Kabbalists found means of ascertaining that this man was one of the friends. This is how the adepts of the doctrine are called in the entire work, that, because of humility he, one of the most renowned of the doctors of his time, gave his son the honor of knowledge admired in him, and that he came to Palestine, accompanied by the friends, to collect some of the sayings of Simeon ben Yohai and his disciples. 187 All the other facts recorded in this book are of the same color and take place on the same stage. When we add, that frequent mention is made there of the religious beliefs of the Orient, like Sabiism 188 and even of Islamism, that to the contrary, nothing is found there which can have any reference to the Christian religion, we shall understand how the Zohar, in its present condition, could not have been introduced into our countries until some time near the end of the 13th century. Some of the doctrines contained therein, as Sodia has shown, were already known before, but it seems certain that before Moses de Leon, and before the departure of Narmanides for the Holy Land, there existed no complete manuscript in Europe. As to the ideas contained in the Zohar, Simeon ben Yohai himself tells us that he was not the first one to introduce them. He repeated to his disciples what the friends taught in the ancient books. He particularly cites Jeber the elder and Hamunah the elder, and at the moment when he is about to reveal the greatest secrets of the Kabbalah, he expresses the hope that the shade of Hamunah will come to listen to him, followed by a procession of 70 of the just. 189 I am far from pretending that either these personages, or these books of so remote an antiquity, really existed. I only wish to establish the fact that the authors of the Zohar never thought of representing Simeon ben Yohai as the inventor of the Kabbalistic science. There is another fact which deserves on our part the most serious attention. More than a century after the Zohar was published in Spain, there were still some men who knew, and who transmitted most of the ideas which form the substance of the Zohar, by tradition only. Of such was Moses Botrel, who, in 1409, as he himself tells us, 190 expresses himself on the Kabbalah and on the precautions to be taken in teaching it. The Kabbalah is nothing other than a more pure and a more holy philosophy, only that the language of philosophy is not the same as that of the Kabbalah. 191 It is so named because it proceeds, not by reasoning, but by tradition. And when the Master has developed these matters for his disciple, that disciple must not have too much confidence in his wisdom. He is not permitted to speak of this science if not formally authorized first by the Master. This right, namely, to speak about the Merkabah, will be accorded to him when he has given proof of his intelligence, and if the seed deposited in his breast has borne fruit. On the contrary, it will be necessary to recommend silence to him if he is found to be but an extrinsic person, and if he has, as yet, not reached the degree of those who distinguish themselves by their meditations. See Botrel's commentary, Vol 87b. Apparently, the author of these lines did not seem to know the Zohar even by its name, as the name is not mentioned a single time in any part of his work. On the other hand, he cites a large number of very ancient writers, nearly all of whom belong to the Orient, like Rabbi Sodhya, Rabbi Hai, and Rabbi Aaron, head of the Babylonian Academy. Sometimes he tells us also of the things he learned orally from the mouth of his master. So it cannot be supposed that he drew his Kabbalistic knowledge from the manuscripts published by Nachmanides and Moses de Leon. Still, the Kabbalistic system, of which Simeon ben Yohai may be considered at least the most illustrious representative, was preserved and propagated, after as well as before the 13th century, by a multitude of traditions which some were pleased to write down, while others, more faithful to the method of their ancestors, guarded them religiously in their memory. Only such traditions as took birth from the 1st century until near the end of the 7th century of the Christian era are found in the Zohar. In fact, we cannot date, I would not say the compilation, but the existence of these traditions, so very similar or closely connected to one another by the spirit animating them from an epoch less remote, for at that time they already knew of the Merkabah, which is nothing more, as we know, than that part of the Kabbalah to which the Zohar is specially consecrated, and Simeon ben Yohai himself tells us that he had predecessors. It is equally impossible for us to consider its birth in an age nearer to us, for we know of no fact which authorizes such a conclusion. The insurmountable difficulties encountered in the opinions differing from ours, thus become positive facts which confirm our opinions, and which should not be counted as the last among the proofs of which we have made use. There still remain two more objections to be refuted. It has been asked how the principle which is the basis of our present-day cosmography, or the system of Copernic, so clearly summed up in a passage we have translated above, could have been known at the remote time from which we date the origin of the principal element of the Kabbalistic system. We answer that, in any case, admitting even that the Zohar is nothing but an imposture of the close of the 13th century, this passage was known before the birth of the Prussian astronomer. Again, the ideas contained in that passage were already spread among the ancients, for Aristotle attributes them to the school of Pythagoras. Nearly all those, he says, who assume to have studied the sky in its entirety, claim that the earth is at the center, but the philosophers of the Italian school, otherwise called Pythagoreans, teach the contrary. In their opinion, the center is occupied by fire, and the earth is only a star, the circular movement of which around that center produces light and day. 192. In their attack against philosophy, the first fathers of the Church did not regard it as a duty to spare that opinion which is, in fact, reconcilable with the cosmological system taught in Genesis. It is, said Lactantius 193, an absurdity to believe that there are men who have the feet above their heads, and that there are countries where everything is upside down, where the trees and the plants grow from above down. We find the germ of this error among the philosophers who claimed that the earth is round. 194. St. Augustine expresses himself on the same subject in very similar terms. De Civitate Dei, Lib 16, Chapter 9. Finally, even the most ancient authors of the Gomorrah had knowledge of the antipodes and of the spherical form of the earth, for we read in the Jerusalem Talmud, Abodat Sar, ch. 3, that while overrunning the earth to conquer it, Alexander the Great learned that it was round, and it is added that for this reason Alexander is represented with a globe in his hand. But even the fact which was thought to hold an objection against us, serves as proof, for during the entire duration of the Middle Ages, the true system of the world was barely known and the system of Ptolemy 195 reigned undivided. It is also astonishing to find precisely in that part of the Zohar which is to be considered the most ancient, medical knowledge which seems to betray a familiarity with quite recent civilization. For example, the Idra Rabbah, or the portion entitled, The Great Assembly, contains these remarkable lines which may be believed to have been taken from some modern treatise on anatomy. In the interior of the skull, the brain is divided into 3 parts, each one of which occupies a distinct place. It is covered, besides, with a very thin veil, and then with another, tougher, veil. By means of 32 channels, these 3 parts of the brain ramify into the entire body along on either side. They thus embrace the body from all sides and spread out in all its parts. 196. We cannot fail to recognize in these words the 3 principal organs of which the brain and its principal coverings are composed, and the 32 pairs of nerves which proceed from them in a symmetrical order to give life and sensation to the entire animal economy. We must note, though, that, compelled to submit to a mass of religious precepts relating to their food, and obliged to observe the different states and different constitutions of the animals for fear of eating of that which the law declares unclean, the Jews were early stimulated, by the most potent of forces, to the study of anatomy and natural history. Thus, the Talmud counts generally the perforation of the covering of the brain among the affections which may befall the animal, and so forbids the use of its flesh. But there is a condition upon which opinions are divided. According to some, the prohibition is only valid when both coverings are perforated. According to others, it is sufficient when the perforation is found in the tough covering, dura mater, only. 197 others, finally, are content with a dissolution of the continuity in the two interior cerebral coverings. 198 in the same treatise the spinal marrow, 199 is also spoken of, and the diseases peculiar to it. We wish to add, that since the middle of the 2nd century there were professional physicians among the Hebrews, for it is told in the Talmud, Baba Messiah, 85b, that Judah the Pious, the editor of the Mishnah, suffered for 13 years from an affection of the eye, and that his physician was Rabbi Samuel, one of the most zealous defenders of the tradition, a man who, besides medicine, occupied himself with astronomy and mathematics. It was said of him that, the paths of the heavens were as well known to him as the streets of his native city. 200 Here we close and, no doubt, it is time to end these purely bibliographical observations and, what we would call, the external history of the Kabbalah. The books we have had under examination are not, as enthusiasts have confidently affirmed, of either supernatural origin or of prehistoric antiquity. Neither are they, as a skeptical, superficial critic still assumes, the product of imposture conceived and consummated in sordid interest, the work of a hunger-driven charlatan devoid of all ideas and convictions, speculating in gross credulity. Once more to repeat, these two books are the product of several generations. Whatever may be the value of the doctrines contained in them, they will always be worthy of preservation as a monument to the long and patient effort of intellectual liberty in the heart of a people and a time when religious despotism made the most use of its power. But this is not the only claim to our interest. As we have already said, and as we shall soon be convinced, the system they contain is, in itself, by reason of its origin and of the influence it exercised, a very important factor in the history of human thought. Part 2. Chapter 1. The doctrine contained in the Kabbalistic books. Analysis of the Sefer Yetzirah. Despite the credulity of some and the skepticism of others, the two books which we have recognized as the true monuments of the Kabbalah will alone furnish us the necessary material for the exposition of this doctrine. Only on rare occasions, when compelled by absolute necessity of the obscurity of the text, shall we have the commentaries intervene. Yet, the innumerable fragments of which these books are composed, and which have been borrowed without selection and without insight from different epochs, are far from offering us a perfectly uniform character. Some develop only the mythological system, the most essential elements of which are to be found already in the book of Job and in the visions of Isaiah. With a wealth of detail they acquaint us with the functions of angels as well as of demons, and refer to ideas which have been popular for too long a time to be associated with a science that was considered a terrible and inviolable secret at its very inception. Other fragments, undoubtedly the latest, show such servile proclivity and such narrow-minded Pharisaism as to resemble the Talmudic traditions which, 201 because of pride and ignorance, were mixed with the views of a Fantard sect whose very name inspired idolatrous respect. Those fragments, finally, which make up the greatest number, teach us, as a whole, the true belief of the ancient Kabbalists. They make up the source which supplied all men who were more or less interested in the philosophy of their time, and who wished in modern times to pass as the disciples and propagators of the ancient Kabbalists. We must emphasize, though, that this distinction applies to the Zohar only. As to the Book of the Formation, which we shall analyze first, although not very extensive, and although it does not always lift our mind to very high regions, offers us, nevertheless, a very homogeneous composition of rare originality. The encircling clouds of the commentator's imagination will disperse of themselves, if, instead of searching therein, as they did, for the mysteries of an ineffable science, we see there an effort of awakening reason to perceive the plan of the universe and the bonds which connect to one common principle all the elements presented to us collectively. Neither the Bible, nor any other religious monument has ever explained the world, and the phenomena of which it is the stage, except by leaning on the idea of God, and by setting itself up as the interpreter of the supreme will and thought. Thus we see in the book of Genesis light springing from nothingness at the word of Jehovah. Having drawn the heavens and the earth from chaos, Jehovah makes himself the judge of his work and finds it worthy of his wisdom. To give light to the earth, he fastens the sun, the moon, and the stars to the firmament. When he takes of the dust and breathes into it the breath of life to let afterwards escape from his hands the last and most beautiful of his creatures, he has already declared his purpose to form man in his image. In the work, of which we attempt to render account, an opposite line of procedure is followed, and this difference is very significant when it springs up for the first time in the intellectual history of a people. It is by the spectacle of the world that one is raised to the idea of God. It is by the unity which reigns in the works of creation that the unity as well as the wisdom of the Creator is demonstrated. It is for this reason, as we have said before, that the entire book is, so to speak, but a monologue spoken by the mouth of the patriarch Abraham. It is supposed that the contemplations contained in the book are the same which led the father of the Hebrews from the worship of the stars to the worship of the eternal God. The character just noted is so evident, that it was commented on and very correctly defined by a writer of the 12th century. The Sefer Yetzirah, said Judah Halevi, 202, teaches the unity and omnipotence of God by means of various examples, which are multiform on one side and uniform on the other. They are in harmony with regard to the one, their director. 203 So far everything is within bounds of reason, but instead of looking in the universe for the laws that govern it in order to read in these very laws the divine thought and wisdom, an endeavor is made to establish a gross analogy between the things and these signs of the thought, or the means by which the wisdom is making itself heard and maintained among men. Before we go any further, let us note that mysticism, at whatever time and under whatever form it manifests itself, attaches immeasurable importance to everything that represents outwardly acts of intelligence, and it is not so long since that a well-known French writer wanted to prove that the art of writing was not a human invention, but was a present given to humanity by revelation 2:0. For the question here is of the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet and of the first 10 numbers which, while preserving their proper value, serve also to express the value of all the others. Brought together under a common point of view, these two kinds of signs are called the 32 marvelous paths of wisdom, with which, says the text, the Eternal, the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, the living God, the King of the universe, the God full of mercy and grace, the God sublime, who dwells in eternity, whose name is high and holy, founded his name. First chapter, first Mishnah. To these 32 paths of wisdom, which are not to be confounded with the subtle distinctions of an entirely different order admitted in their place by the modern Kabbalists, 205 we must add 3 other forms designated by 3 terms of very doubtful meaning, but which do resemble closely, by their grammatical genealogy, at least, the Greek terms which designate the subject, the object, and the very act of thought. 206 We believe it has been shown previously that these detached words are foreign to the text. Nevertheless, we must note the fact that they have been understood quite differently, in a way repugnant neither to the general character of the book, nor to laws of etymology, by the Spanish writer 207 mentioned above. He expresses himself on this subject as follows: the first of these 3 terms, Sfar, 208 is used to designate the numbers, which alone gives us a means of appreciating the disposition and the proportions necessary for each body in order to attain the purpose for which it was created, for the measure of length, of capacity, and of weight, 209 as well as of motion and of harmony, are all regulated by numbers. The second term, Sippa, signifies the word and the voice, for it is the divine word, the voice of the living God, that produced the beings in all their different forms, whether internal or external. It was to that second term that allusion was made in the words, and God said let there be light, and there was light. The third term, Sefer, signifies the writing. The writing of God is the work of the creation, the word of God is his writing, the thought of God is his word. Thus, the thought, the word, and the writing 210 are one and the same in God, while in man they are 3. 211 This interpretation has the merit that, while ennobling, it also characterizes well this strange system that confounds the idea with the generally known symbols in order to make the idea somewhat visible in the total as well as in the different parts of the universe. Under the name of Sephiroth, which play such a prominent part elsewhere but which appear here for the first time in the language of the Kabbalah, the 10 numbers, or the abstract enumerations are first taken notice of. 212 They are represented as the most general and therefore as the most essential form of all that is, and if I may use the expression, as the categories of the universe. Thus, according to the ideas interpreted by us, we must always meet with the number 10 when searching from any viewpoint for the first elements or the invariable principles of the world. There are 10 Sephiroth, 10, and not 9, 10, and not 11, try to understand them in your wisdom and in your intelligence, exercise constantly on them your researches, your speculations, your knowledge, your thought and imagination, place all things upon their principle, and re-establish the Creator on his base. 2:13. In other words, the divine action as well as the existence of the world equally shape themselves to the eyes of the intelligence under this abstract form of 10 numbers, each one of which represents some infinity, whether that of space, of time, or of some other attribute. This, at least, is the meaning which we attach to the following proposition: to the 10 Sephiroth there is no end, either in the future or in the past, either in good or in evil, either in height or in depth, either in the east or in the west, either in the south or in the north. 2:14. It must be noted that the different aspects under which the infinite is considered here, a few no more, no less. This passage, therefore, teaches us not only the general character of all the Sephiroth, but we see here into what elements and principles they correspond. And as these different viewpoints, although opposite two to two, nevertheless belong to one idea, to one infinite, it is added. 2:15. The 10 Sephiroth are like the 10 fingers. 2:16. 5 against 5, but amidst them is the link of unity. Chapter I. Prop. 3. The last words give us the explanation as well as the proof of all the preceding. Without exactly deviating from the relations presented by the external things, this conception of the Sephiroth bears, nevertheless, an eminently abstract and metaphysical character. Were we to subject it to a strict analysis, we would find therein, subordinated to the infinite and to absolute unity, the ideas of time, space, and of a certain unchangeable order without which there is neither good nor evil even in the sphere of the senses. But here is a somewhat different enumeration, which in appearance, at least, assigns a greater share to the material elements. We will confine ourselves to the translation. The first of the Sephiroth, 1, is the Spirit of the living God, blessed be his name, blessed be the name of the one who lives in eternity. The Spirit, the voice, and the Word, that is the Holy Ghost. 2 is the breath proceeding from the Spirit. 2:17. In it are graven and carved the 22 letters which form, nevertheless, but one single breath. 218. 3 is water, which proceeds from the breath or from the air. Into the water he dug darkness and void, mud and clay, and graved it like a garden bed. 2:19. Carved it like a wall and covered it in the shape of a roof. For his fire which comes from the water, and with which he made the throne of his glory, the celestial wheels, Arphanim, the seraphim and the angelic servitors. With the three together he built his habitation, as it was written, he made the winds his messengers, and his ministers a flaming fire. 2:20. The 6 following numbers represent the different extremities of the world, that is to say, the 4 cardinal points, east, west, north and south, as well as height and depth. Those extremities have for emblems the different combinations which may be formed with the first 3 letters of the word Jehovah. 2:21, 2:22. Thus, apart from the different points distinguishable in space, which in themselves hold nothing real, all the elements of which the world is composed evolved one from the other, becoming more and more material in measure as they receded from the Holy Spirit, their common origin. Is not this what is called the doctrine of emanation? Is not this the doctrine which denies the popular belief that the world was evolved from nothing? The following words may help perhaps to free us from uncertainty. The end of the 10 Sephiroth is tied to their beginning as the flame to the firebrand, for the Lord is one and there is no second to him, and what will you count before the one? Prop. 7. To impress upon us that we are dealing here with a great mystery which enjoins discretion even with ourselves, the following words are immediately added: close your mouth that you speak not, and your heart that you do not ponder, and if your heart be too hasty, bring it back to its place, for therefore it is said, hasten and return. 2:23. And it is upon this that a covenant was made. Chapter I. Prop. 8. 2:24. I suppose that the last words were meant to allude to some oath used by the Kabbalists to conceal their principles from the masses. The singular comparison contained in the first of the 2 passages is frequently repeated in the Zohar. We shall find it there enlarged, developed, and applied to the souls as well as to God. Let us add here, that at all times and in all spheres of existence, in the consciousness as well as in the external nature, the formation of things by way of emanation has been represented by the radiation of flames or of light. Another theory, one that made a brilliant career in the world, and which presents itself here with a remarkable character, blends with this theory, provided we do not make the distinction more apparent than real. It is the theory of the Word of God identified with His Spirit and considered not only as the absolute form, but as the generating element, and as the very substance of the universe. In fact, it is not the question here of substituting everywhere, for the sake of avoiding anthropomorphism, the divine thought and inspiration for God Himself whenever He intervenes as a human person in the biblical stories, as is done in the Chaldaic translation of Onkelos. The book now under consideration expressly states, in a concise, yet clear language, that the Holy Spirit, or the Divine Spirit, forms with the voice and the word one and the same thing, that it successively puts forth from its bosom all the elements of physical nature. Finally, it is not only what is called in the language of Aristotle, the material principle of things, but it is the Word become world. Moreover, we must bear in mind that this part of the Kabbalah deals with the world only, and not with man or humanity. All these considerations, which cover the first 10 numbers, hold a very distinct place in the Book of Formation. It is easily seen that they apply to the universe in general, and that they consider more the substance than the form. In the consideration now before us, the different parts of the universe are naturally compared, and the same effort is made to bring them under a common law, as was done before to resolve them into a common principle, and in the end more attention is paid to the form than to the substance. For their foundation they have the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet. But we must not forget the extraordinary role attributed already in the first part of the work to these outward signs of thought. Considered entirely in relation to the sounds they represent, the 22 letters stand, so to speak, on the boundary line between the intellectual and the physical world, for if, on the other hand, they are resolved into one single material element, the breath or air, they are, on the other hand, indispensable signs to all languages, and consequently the only possible or unalterable form of the mind. Neither the system as a whole, nor the literal meaning, permits us to give a different interpretation to the words quoted above. The number 2, or the second principle of the universe, is the air which comes from the Spirit. It is the breath in which are graven and carved the 22 letters which, all united, form but one single breath. Thus, by an odd combination which does not lack a certain grandeur, and which is explainable and comprehensible at least, the simplest articulations of the human voice, the signs of the alphabet, hold here a role entirely similar to the one held by the ideas in Plato's philosophy. It is by their presence, by the impression which they leave in things, that we recognize a supreme intelligence in the universe in all its parts, and it is finally through them that the Holy Spirit reveals itself in nature. This is the meaning of the following proposition, with the 22 letters, by giving them a form and a figure, and by mingling and combining them in different ways, God made the soul of all that is formed, and of all that shall be formed. 2:25 And on these same letters the Holy One, blessed be He, founded His sublime and holy name. 2:26 Those letters are divided into different classes called the 3 mothers, the 7 doubles, and the 12 simples. 2:27 It is entirely useless for the aim we have in view to give the reason for those strange names. 2:28 Moreover, the function of the letters is wholly encroached by the division that we have noted, and by the numbers resulting from the division, or, to speak more clearly, an attempt is made to find, per fars et nefas, whether right or wrong, the numbers 3, 7, and 12 in the 3 regions of nature, 1, in the general composition of the world, 2, in the division of the year, or in the distribution of time of which the year is the principal unit, and 3, in the structure of man. Although not stated explicitly, we find here the idea of the macrocosm and of the microcosm, or the belief that man is only the image, and, so to speak, the summary of the universe. In the general composition of the world the mothers, that is to say, the number 3, represent the elements, which are water, air, and fire. Fire is the substance of the heavens. By condensation water becomes the substance of the earth. Finally, between these two antagonistic principles is air, which separates and reconciles them by dominating them. Chapter 3, Prop. 4b. The same sign recalls the principal seasons in the division of the year: summer, which responds to fire; winter, which in the east is generally marked by rains or by the predominance of water; and the temperate season, which is formed by the union of spring and autumn. The same trinity, finally, is seen in the formation of the human body, in the head, the heart or breast, and the belly or stomach. These are, if I am not mistaken, the functions of the different organs which a modern physician has called the tripod of life. Chapter 3, Prop. 7. The number 3 seems here, as in all other mystical combinations, to be such an indispensable form that it is taken also as the symbol of the moral man in whom is discernible, according to the original expression, the scale of merit, the scale of culpability, and the tongue of the law decides between the two. 229 By the 7 doubles are represented the contraries, or at least such things of this world which may serve two opposite ends. There are 7 planets in the universe, whose influence is now good, now bad. There are 7 days and 7 nights in the week. There are 7 gates in the human body, the eyes, the ears, the nostrils, and the mouth, and, finally, the number 7 is also the number of the happy or unhappy events which may affect a man. But this classification is too arbitrary to deserve a place in this analysis. Chapter 4, Prop. 1, 2, 3. The 12 simples, of which we yet have to speak, respond to the 12 signs of the zodiac, to the 12 months of the year, to the principal parts of the human body, and to the most important attributes of our nature. These last, which alone have some right to our interest, are sight, hearing, smell, speech, nutrition, generation, action or touch, locomotion, anger, laughter, thought and sleep. Chapter V, Prop. I, 2. As will be seen here, it is the beginning of the spirit of investigation, and although we have often been surprised by its methods or by its results, yet, this in itself is proof of its originality. Thus, the material form of intelligence, represented by the 22 letters of the alphabet, is also the form of all that is, for, beyond man, the universe and time, nothing but the infinite can be conceived. These 3 things are also called the faithful witnesses of truth. Chapter 6, Prop. 2. Despite the varieties observed therein, each one constitutes a system which has its center and, in some way, its hierarchy, for, says the text, unity prevails over the 3 over the 7, and the 7 over the 12, but each part of the system is inseparable from all the other parts. 230 The celestial dragon is the center of the universe, the heart is the center of man. Finally, the revolutions of the zodiac form the basis of the years. The first, it is said, is compared to a king upon his throne, the second to a king among his subjects, the third to a king in war. 231 We believe that this comparison was meant to indicate the perfect regularity reigning in the universe, and the contrasts which exist in man without destroying his unity. In fact, it is added that the 12 principal organs which form the body of man are aligned one against another, as in order of battle. 3 of them serve love, 3 produce hatred, 3 give life, and 3 summon death. 232 Thus evil confronts good, and from evil comes forth evil only. Prop. 9. But immediately the remark is made that one cannot be understood without the other. Finally, above these 3 systems, above man, above the universe, and above time, above letters as well as above the numbers of the Sephiroth, is the Lord, the true King who reigns over all things from the place of his holiness forever and ever. 233 Following these words, which form the true conclusion of the book, comes the dramatic final event, of which we have spoken before, the conversion of Abraham, the idol worshipper, to the religion of the true God. The final word of this system is the substitution of absolute unity for every form of dualism, the dualism of pagan philosophy which would find in matter an eternal substance whose laws are not always in accord with the divine will, as well as the dualism of the Bible, which by the idea of creation sees indeed, in the divine will, and consequently in the infinite being, the only cause, the only real origin of the world, but which, at the same time, regards these 2 things, the universe and God, as 2 substances, absolutely distinct and separate. In the Sefer Yetzirah, God is really considered as the infinite being and therefore indefinable. God, in the full extent of his power and of his existence, is above, but not outside, extra, of the letters and numbers, that is to say, not outside of the principles and of the laws which we distinguish in this world. Each element has its source in a superior element, and all elements have their common origin in the Word, or in the Holy Spirit. It is in the Word also that we find the invariable signs of thought which repeat themselves in some way in all the spheres of existence, and through which all that is becomes an expression of the same design. And that Word itself, the first of the numbers, the most sublime of all the things we can count and define, what else is it but the most sublime and the most absolute of all the manifestations of God, that is, the supreme thought of intelligence. Thus, in the highest sense, God is both the matter and the form of the universe. And not only is he that matter and that form, but nothing exists, or can exist, outside, extra, of him. His substance is at the bottom of everything, and therefore all bear his imprint, and all are symbols of his supreme intelligence. This bold deduction, apparently so audacious and strange to the underlying principles, is the basis of the doctrine set forth in the Zohar. But the way followed there is entirely different from the one outlined here before our eyes. Instead of rising gradually, by the comparison of the particular forms and the subordinate principles of this world, to the supreme principle, to the universal form, and, finally to the absolute unity, it is this result, the absolute unity, which is admitted first of all. It is supposed, it is invoked on all occasions as an uncontested axiom, it is unrolled, as it were, to its full extent, while at the same time, it is shown in a more brilliant and more mysterious light. True, the bond which might exist between all the deductions obtained in that way is broken by the external form of the work, but the synthetic character which permeates it is, nevertheless, pronounced and visible. We may say, then, that the Book of Brightness begins just where the Book of Formation ends. The conclusion of one serves as the premises of the other. A second difference, deserving more worthy notice, separates these two monuments, and finds its explanation in a general law of the human mind. We shall see, namely, internal forms, invariable conceptions of thought, substituted for the letters and the numbers, in a word, ideas, in the widest and in the noblest meaning of the word. The divine word, instead of manifesting itself exclusively in nature, will appear to us above all in man and in intelligence. It will be called the archetype, or celestial, man, Adam Kadmon. 234 In certain fragments whose high antiquity cannot be contested, we see, without prejudice to absolute unity, thought itself taken for universal substance, and the regular development of that power set in place of the somewhat gross theory of emanation. Far be it from us to indulge the insensate thought of finding among the ancient Hebrews the philosophical doctrine which reigns almost exclusively in Germany today, but we do not fear to maintain, and we hope to demonstrate, that the principle of that doctrine and even the expressions appropriated exclusively by the school of Hegel, are found in the forgotten traditions we are now endeavoring to bring to light. This transformation that we point out in the Kabbalah, this passing from symbol to ideas, is reproduced in all great philosophical and religious systems, and in all great conceptions of the human intellect. Do we not see so in rationalism the different forms of the language, in which Aristotle's logic was almost entirely composed, turn, in Kant's logic, to the constitutive and invariable forms of thought? In idealism, did not Pythagoras and the system of numbers precede the sublime theory of Plato? And in another sphere, were not all men represented as issuing from the same blood? Was not their fraternity found in the flesh before it was found in the identity of their duties and their rights, or in the unity of their nature and their task? This is not the place to dwell any longer upon a general fact, but we hope to have made clear at least the relations existing between the Sefer Yetzirah and the more extensive and more important work, 235, the substance of which we shall soon give. Chapter 2. Analysis of the Zohar. Allegorical method of the Kabbalists. As the authors who contributed to the formation of the Zohar give us their ideas in the humblest and the least logical shape, in the form of a simple commentary on the 5 books of Moses, we may, without failing in respect or fidelity to them, pursue the plan that seems most suitable to us. And, first of all, it is important to know how they understand the interpretation of the sacred scriptures, how they succeeded in using them as a support at the moment when they deviate most from them. For, as we have said before, such is their method of interpretation, and, generally speaking, there is no other basis to symbolic mysticism. Let us give here their own judgment on this point. Woe to the man who sees nothing but simple stories and ordinary words in the law. For were this so, we could even nowadays frame a law which would deserve higher praise. Were it our desire to find nothing but simple words, we should have nothing to do but to turn to the legislators of the earth, among whom more grandeur is frequently found. 236 It would be sufficient to imitate them, and to make a law according to their words and to their example. But it is not so. Every word of the law holds an exalted meaning and a sublime mystery. The recitals of the law are the vestment of the law. Woe to him who takes that vestment for the law itself. David had this in mind when he said, "Open thou my eyes, that I may behold wondrous things out of thy law." Psalms 119:18, i.e., what is hidden under the cloak of this law? There are foolish people who, when they see a man covered with fine clothes, look no further than the garment, and yet it is the body that lends value to the clothes. 237 And still more precious is the soul. The law also has its body. There are commandments that may be called the body of the law, and the ordinary recitals which are mingled with them are the clothes which cover the body. The simple-minded take heed of nothing but the vestments or the recitals of the law, they know nothing else, and do not see what is hidden under this garment. The well-informed think not of the vestment, but of the body that the vestment covers. Finally, the wise, servants of the Supreme King, they who dwell upon the heights of Sinai, think of the soul only, which is the foundation of all the rest, and which is the law itself, and in time to come they will be prepared to contemplate the spirit of that spirit which breathes in the law. 238 Thus, by the sincere or insincere supposition of a mysterious meaning, unknown to the profane, the Kabbalists first placed themselves above the historic facts and the positive precepts which compose the scriptures. This was their only means of assuring themselves of full liberty without openly breaking with religious authority, and, possibly, they felt the need of doing something to assuage their consciences. We find the same spirit in a form still more remarkable in the following lines: if the law consisted of nothing but ordinary words and recitals, like the words of Esau, of Hagar, of Laban, of Balaam's ass, and of Balaam himself, why should it have been called the law of truth, the perfect law, the faithful testimony of God? Why should the wise man 239 deem it more precious than gold and pearls? But it is not so. Every word hides a very high meaning, every recital contains more than the events it seems to contain. And that higher and more holy law is the true law. 240 It is of some interest to find similar views and similar expressions in the works of a father of the Church. Were we obliged, says Origen, to hold to the letter of the law, and to understand what is written in the law as the Jews and the people understand it, I should blush to tell aloud that it is God who gave us such laws. I should find, then, more grandeur, and more reason in the laws of man, as for instance, in the laws of Athens, of Rome, or of Lacedaemonia. 241 What sensible man, pray, says the same author, could be made to believe that the first, the second and the third days of the creation, where morning and evening is still mentioned, could exist without sun, moon, and stars, when on the first day, there was not even a sky? Where will we find a mind so limited as to believe that God, like a plowman, engaged in planting trees in the Garden of Eden, situated toward the east, that one of the trees was the tree of life, and that another tree could give the knowledge of good and evil? I think that no one could hesitate to regard these things as parables under which are hidden mysteries. 242 Finally, he also admits the differentiation between an historical, a legislative or moral meaning, and a mystical meaning, but instead of using the clothes that cover us as a simile, he compares the first to the body, the second to the soul, and the last to the spirit. 243 In order to establish, at least, certain apparent relations between the sacred word and these arbitrary interpretations, the ancient Kabbalists sometimes resorted to artificial means very rarely met with in the Zohar, but which have taken up considerable space and authority with the modern Kabbalists. 244 As these means are, by their very nature, unworthy of all interest, as they never serve as basis to any important idea, and as they have been discussed by a great many, we pass them in silence that we may more quickly come to the essential subject of our researches, to the doctrine which is the fruit of that feigned independence, and which forms the unity and basis of these pretended commentaries. We shall first try to present the nature and attributes of God according to the most ancient fragments of the Zohar. We shall then set forth the idea which they have given us, I do not say of the creation, but of the formation of beings in general, or of the relations of God with the universe. Finally, we shall consider man. We shall tell how he is conceived under his chief aspects, and how his origin, his nature, and his destinies are described. We consider this way of proceeding not only the simplest and the easiest, but we believe that the dominant character of the system imposes it upon us. Chapter 3. Continuation of the analysis of the Zohar. The Kabbalists' conception of the nature of God. The Kabbalists speak of God in two ways which in no wise impair the unity of their thought. When they attempt to define God, when they distinguish his attributes, and wish to give us a precise idea of his nature, they speak in the language of metaphysics, with all the lucidity permissible in matters of such nature and by the idiom in which they are expressed. But sometimes they represent the divinity as a being which cannot be comprehended at all, a being that lives always above all the forms with which our imagination may clothe it. In the latter case all their expressions are poetical and figurative, and then they combat, as it were, imagination with the weapons of imagination. Then all their efforts tend to destroy anthropomorphism by giving it such gigantic proportions, that the frightened mind can find no term of comparison, and is compelled to rest in the idea of the infinite. The book of the mystery is written entirely in this style, but as the allegories it employs are all too often puzzling, we shall rather cite a passage of the Idra Rabbah 2:45 in confirmation of what we have said. Simeon ben Yohai had just assembled his disciples. He told them that the time had come to work for the Lord, that is to say, to make known the real meaning of the law, that his days were numbered, that the laborious were few and the voice of the creditor, the voice of the Lord, became more and more urgent. 2:46 He made them swear that they would not profane the mysteries he was about to confide to them. 247 They repaired to a field and sat down in the shadows of the trees. Simeon was about to interrupt the silence by his speech, when a voice was heard and their knees knocked one against another. 2:48 With fear. What was that voice? It was the voice of the celestial assembly which assembled to listen. Rabbi Simeon exclaimed joyfully, Lord, I have heard thy voice, Habakkuk 3:1, but I shall not add like that prophet did I fear, for this is not the time of fear, it is the time of love, as it is written, Thou shalt love the eternal Lord, thy God. Zohar, Pt.3, Vol 128a. After this introduction, which lacks neither pomp nor interest, follows a long, entirely allegorical, description of the divine greatness. Here are some outlines. He is the ancient of the ancients, the mystery of the mysteries, the unknown of the unknown. He has a form peculiar to him, since he appears to us preferably as the aged, as the ancient of ancients, as the unknown among the unknown. But under the form that we know him, he still remains unknown to us. His vestment is white, and his appearance is that of a brilliant visage. 2:49 He is seated on a throne of fiery sparks which he subjects to his will. The white light emitted by his head illumines 400,000 worlds. This white light becomes the inheritance of the just in the world to come. 250 Each day sees 13 myriads of worlds come to light from his skull, which receive from him their subsistence, and the weight of which he alone supports. From his skull springs a dew which fills his head, and which will awaken the dead to a new life. For therefore it was written, Isaiah, XXVI, 19 For a dew of light is thy dew. It is this dew which is the nourishment of the greatest saints. It is the manna which is prepared for the just in the life to come. It falls in the fields of the sacred fruits. 251 The aspect of that dew is white as the diamond whose color contains all colors. The length of that face, from the summit of the skull, is 370,000 myriad worlds, and it is called the long face, for such is the name of the ancient of the ancients. 252 But we should fail in the truth were we to give the impression that the rest be judged by this example. Hardness, affectation, and habit, which in the Orient so often abuse allegory even to subtlety, hold a larger place in it than nobility and grandeur. That head, dazzling with light, used to represent the eternal hearth of existence and of science, becomes, so to speak, the subject of an anatomical study. Neither the forehead, nor the face, nor the eyes, nor the brain, nor the hair, nor the beard, nothing is forgotten, everything gives an opportunity of enunciating numbers and propositions which point out the infinite. 253 This evidently is what provoked the reproach of anthropomorphism and even of materialism which some modern writers have directed against the Kabbalists. But neither that accusation nor the form which called it forth are worthy of further consideration. We shall rather make an attempt to translate some of the fragments in which the same subject is treated in a manner more interesting to philosophy and to human intelligence. The first one we shall cite forms a complete total of great extent, and by that fact alone it recommends itself to our attention. Under pretense of making known the true meaning of the words of Isaiah, ch. XL 25, To whom then will ye liken me that I shall be equal to? Saith the Holy One, it explains the genesis of the 10 Sephiroth, or chief attributes of God, and the nature of God himself while yet concealing himself in his own substance. Before having created any form in the world, before he produced any image, he was alone, without form, without resembling anything, and who could conceive him as he was then, before the creation, since he was formless? It is therefore forbidden to represent him by any image, by any form whatever, even by his holy name, even by a letter or by a point. That is the meaning of the words, Jude 4:15, For ye saw no manner of similitude on the day that the Lord spake unto you. That is to say, you saw nothing that you can represent under any form or by any image. But after having produced the form of the heavenly man, Adamito, he used it as a chariot, Merkabah, to descend. He wished to be called by that form which is the holy name of Jehovah. he wished to be known by his attributes, by each attribute separately, and let himself be called the God of mercy, the God of justice, the all-powerful God, the God of hosts, and the one who is. His intention was to make known his qualities, and how his justice and his mercy embrace the world as well as the work of man. Had he not shed his light over all creatures, how could we have known him? How would it be true to say that the world is full of his glory? Isaiah 6:2. Woe to the man who dares compare him even to one of his own attributes. Much less is he to be likened to man, born of earth and destined to death. He must be conceived as above all creatures and above all attributes. When all those things have been taken away, there is neither attribute, nor image, nor figure. That which remains is like a sea, for the waters of the sea are in themselves limitless and without form, but when they spread over the earth they produce an image, Dimyon, and we can make the following calculation: the source of the waters of the sea and the jet springing from it to spread over the ground, make 2. Then an immense basin forms, as a basin is formed when a pit of vast depth is dug. That basin is occupied by the waters which have sprung from the source, and that is the sea itself, which should be counted as the third. And this vast depth divides itself into 7 canals which resemble 7 long vessels. The source, the jet, the sea, and the 7 canals together make the number 10. And if the master who constructed those vessels breaks them, the waters return to their source, and only the fragments of the vessels, dry, without water, remain. Thus, the cause of the causes produced the 10 Sephiroth. The crown is the source from which an unending light springs forth, and therefore the name infinite, Ein Sof, to designate the supreme cause, for in that state it has neither form nor countenance. Therefore, there is no means of comprehending it, and no way of knowing it, and it is in this sense that it is said, meditate not upon the thing that is too far above thee, and investigate not what is covered from thee. 254 Then a vessel comes into existence, as restricted in dimensions, as a point as the letter, Yod, in which, nevertheless, the divine light penetrates. This is the source of wisdom, it is wisdom, by virtue of which the supreme cause takes the name of the all-wise God. After which it constructs a great vessel like the sea, called the intelligence, whence the name of God the intelligent. We must know, however, that God is good and wise by virtue of himself, for wisdom does not deserve its name because of itself, but because of him who is wise, and who produces wisdom from the light emanated from him. Neither is intelligence conceivable by itself, but through him who is the intelligent one, and who replenishes it from his own substance. He need only to withdraw to let it dry out entirely. In this sense we should also understand the following words, Job 14:11 The waters run off from the sea, and the river faileth and drieth up. Finally, the sea is divided into 7 branches, and from these result the 7 precious vessels called mercy or grandeur, justice or strength, beauty, triumph, glory, kingdom, and the foundation or basis. 255 For that reason he is called the great or the merciful, the strong, the magnificent, the God of victory, the Creator to whom belongs all glory, and the foundation of all things. This last attribute sustains all the others, as well as all the worlds. Last of all, he is also the King of the universe, for all things are in his power. He can diminish the number of the vessels, and he can increase the light which breaks forth from them, or the contrary if he deems preferable. 256 All that the Kabbalists have thought of the nature of God is summed up nearly in this text. But even in the minds most familiar with metaphysical systems and questions, this text must leave some confusion. On the one hand it should be followed by quite wide developments, on the other hand, it would be well to present each one of the principles confined therein under a more substantial and more precise form. In order to attain this double aim without compromising historical truth, and without fear of substituting our own thoughts for those whose spokesmen we wish to be, we shall reduce the foregoing passage to a small number of fundamental propositions, each one of which will be elucidated, and at the same time justified by other extracts from the Zohar. 1. God is, before all else, the infinite being. He can therefore not be considered as the totality of the beings, nor as the sum of his own attributes. But without these attributes and without the effects which result from them, that is to say, without a definite form, it is never possible either to comprehend or to know him. This principle is quite clearly expressed when it is said that, before the creation God was without form, resembling nothing, and that in this state no intelligence could conceive him. But as we do not wish to confine ourselves to this one testimony, we hope that it will not be difficult to recognize the same thought in the following words, before God manifested himself, when all things were still hidden in him, he was the least known among all the unknown. In that state he had no name other than the name that expresses interrogation. He began by forming an imperceptible point, that was his own thought. He then began to construct with this thought a mysterious and holy form, finally he covered it with a rich and radiant garment, we mean the universe whose name necessarily enters into the name of God. 257 We read also in the Idra Sutta, the Lesser Assembly, whose importance we have noted more than once, the Ancient of Ancients is at the same time the unknown of the unknown, he separates himself from all, and he is not separated, for all unites with him, as he again unites with all, there is nothing that is not in him. He has a form, and it may be said he has no form. By taking a form he gave existence to all that is. 258 First, he caused his form to send out 10 lights 259 which shine by virtue of the form they borrowed of him, diffusing a dazzling effulgence to all sides, just as a beam sends out its luminous rays to all sides. The Ancient of Ancients, the unknown of the unknown is a high beacon which is recognized only by the rays that glare our eyes with such brilliancy and abundance. This light is called his holy name. 262. The 10 Sephiroth, by which the infinite being first manifested himself, are nothing but attributes which, by themselves, have no substantial reality. In each of those attributes the divine substance is present in its entirety, and, taken altogether, they constitute the first, the most complete and highest of all the divine manifestations. It is called the archetypal or celestial man. 261 This is the figure which dominates the mysterious chariot of Ezekiel, and of which the terrestrial man, as we shall soon see, is but a faint copy. The form of man, says Simeon ben Yohai to his disciples, contains all that is in heaven above and upon earth below, the superior as well as the inferior beings. It is for that reason that the Ancient of the Ancients has chosen it for his own. 262 No form, no world could subsist before the human form, for it contains all things, and all that is, subsists only by virtue of it, without it there would be no world, for thus it is written, Prov 3:19 The Lord has through wisdom founded the earth. But it is necessary to distinguish the higher man, Adam D. Lilo, from the lower man, Adam D. Letito, for one could not exist without the other. On that form of man rests the perfection of faith in all things, and it is that form that is spoken of when it is said that they saw above the chariot like the form of a man, and it is of that form that Daniel spoke in the following words, Daniel 7:13 I saw in the nightly vision and behold, one like the Son of Man came with the clouds of heaven, and he came even to the Ancient of Days, and he was brought near before him. 263 Thus, what is called the celestial man, or the first divine manifestation, is nothing else than the absolute form of all that exists, the source of all the other forms, or rather of all ideas, the supreme thought, otherwise called also the or the word. We do not pretend to express here a simple conjecture but an historical fact, the accuracy of which will be the more appreciated the more extensive the knowledge of the system will become. However, before proceeding, we may cite yet these words, the form of the Ancient, whose name be sanctified, is an unique form which embraces all forms. It is the supreme and mysterious wisdom which contains all the rest. 264-3. The 10 Sephiroth, if we may believe the authors of the Zohar, are already indicated in the Old Testament by as many special names consecrated to God, the same 10 mystical names, as we have already remarked, spoken of by St. Jerome in his letter to Marcella. 265 An attempt has been made to find them also in the Mishnah, since it says there that God created the world with 10 words, 266 or by as many orders issued from his sovereign word. 267 Although all are equally necessary, yet the attributes and the distinctions expressed by them do not give us the same sublime conception of the divine nature, but represent it to us under different aspects which are called in the language of the Kabbalists, faces, anfin, partsufin. 268 Simeon ben Yohai and his disciples make frequent use of that metaphorical expression, but they do not abuse it as their modern successors have done. We shall linger upon this point which is, unquestionably, the most important point of the entire Kabbalistic science, and before determining the particular character of each one of the Sephiroth, we shall cast a glance at the general question of their essence, and set forth in a few words the different opinions to which they gave rise among the adepts of the doctrine of the Kabbalah. All Kabbalists have raised these two questions. First, why are there Sephiroth? Then, what are the Sephiroth considered as a whole, whether in relation to themselves, or in relation to God? As to the first question, the texts of the Zohar are too positive to give room to the least doubt. There are Sephiroth as there are names of God, since the two things are confounded in the mind, and since the Sephiroth are but the ideas and the things expressed by the names. Now, if God could not be named, or if all the names given to him did not designate a real thing, not only would we not know him, but he would not exist even for himself, for without intelligence he could not comprehend himself, neither could he be wise without wisdom, nor could he act without power. 269 The second question, though, has not been solved by all in the same manner. Some, standing on the principle that God is immutable, see in the Sephiroth nothing but instruments of the divine power, creatures of a superior nature, but differing entirely from the first being. These are they who would reconcile the language of the Kabbalah with the letter of the law. 270 others, carrying to its last consequences the old principle that nothing can come from nothing, fully identify the 10 Sephiroth with the divine substance. That which the Zohar calls Ein Sof, i.e., the infinite himself, is in their opinion, the totality of the Sephiroth, no more, no less, and each one of the Sephiroth is but a different point of view of the same, thus understood, infinite. 271 Between these two extremes enters a system much more profound and more in accord with the spirit of the original Kabbalistic monuments, a system which neither considers the Sephiroth as instruments, as creatures, and, consequently, as beings distinct from God, nor is it willing to identify them with God. Here is a summary of the ideas upon which it rests. God is present in the Sephiroth, otherwise he could not reveal himself through them, but he does not dwell in them in his eternity. He is more than what is found in the sublime forms of thought and of existence. In fact, the Sephiroth can never comprise the Ein Sof, which is the very source of every form, and which, in this capacity, has no form, or, to use the ordinary expression, while each one of the Sephiroth has a well-known name, the infinite alone has not and cannot have any name. God remains, therefore, the ineffable, the incomprehensible, the infinite being, high above all the worlds that reveal to us his presence, even the world of emanation. By this reasoning they believe to escape the reproach of disregarding the divine immutability. For the 10 Sephiroth may be compared to 10 vessels of different forms, or to glasses of different colors. Whatever vessel we wish to measure with the absolute essence of things, it remains always the same, and the divine light, like the light of the sun, does not change its nature with the medium through which it passes. Let us add that these vessels and these mediums have in themselves no positive reality, they have no existence of their own, they simply represent the limits within which the supreme essence of things has confined itself, the different degrees of obscurity with which the divine light desired to veil its infinite brightness, so it may be viewed. Whence the desire to recognize in the Sephiroth two elements, or rather, two different aspects, one, purely external and negative, representing the body, the so-called vessel, Kali, the other internal, positive, which represents the spirit and the light. Thus they could speak of broken vessels 272 which let the divine light escape. This point of view adopted by Isaac Luria, 273 as well as by Moses Cordovera, 274 and presented with much logic and precision by the latter, is the one, to say it again, which we regard as the most exact historically, and we shall rest thenceforth upon it with entire confidence as the basis of all the metaphysical part of the Kabbalah. Having established this general principle on the authority of the texts and of the most valued commentaries, we must indicate now the particular role of every Sephiroth and the different manners of the grouping of all the Sephiroth by trinities and by persons. The first of the highest of all the divine manifestations, in a word, the first Sephiroth, is the crown, Kether, so named by the very reason of the place assigned to it above all the others. It is, says the text, the principle of all principles, the mysterious wisdom, the highest of all crowns with which all diadems and crowns are adorned. 275 It is not the confused totality, formless, nameless, that mysterious unknown that preceded all things, even the attributes, that, Ein Sof. It represents the infinite as distinguished from the finite. Its name in Holy Writ signifies I am, because it is the absolute being, the being considered from a point of view where analysis cannot penetrate, where qualifications are not possible, but where they are all united in the indivisible point. On that ground the first Sephiroth is also called the primitive point, or simply the point, Enkudo Arshono, or Enkudo Pishuto. When the unknown of the unknown wished to manifest himself, he first produced one point, 276. As long as this luminous point did not depart from his bosom, the infinite was as yet completely unknown, and shed no light at all. 277 It is that which the later Kabbalists have explained as an absolute concentration of God in his own substance, Simpsum. It is this concentration which has brought forth space, the primitive air, of the Akadman, which is not a true void, but a certain degree of light inferior to the creation. But for the very reason that God retired within himself, he is distinct from all that is finite, 278 limited and determined, and for the very reason that it cannot be told yet what he is designated by a word which signifies, naught, no thing, non-being, ain. They name him thus, says the Idra Sutta, because we do not know, and because it cannot be known what was in that principle, beginning, because it is unattainable for our limitations. Yes, even for wisdom, 279, 280 we must remark that we find again the same idea, even the same expression, in one of the greatest and most famous systems of metaphysics of which our epoch can boast to posterity. Everything begins, says Hegel, by the pure state of being, a wholly indeterminate, simple and immediate thought, for the true beginning can be nothing else. But that pure being is only the purest abstraction. It is an absolute negative term which may be called the non-existent 281 if conceived in an immediate manner. Finally, to return to our Kabbalists, the mere idea of being, or of the absolute, considered from the point of view which we take, constituted a complete form, or to use the usual term, a head, a face. They call it the white head Risho Havro, because all colors, that is to say, all ideas, all determined modes are blended in that form, or the ancient Atika, because it is the first of the Sephiroth. But, in the last case, we must take care not to confound it with the Ancient of Ancients, Atika di Atikin, that is to say, with the Ein Sof himself, before whom the most dazzling light is but a shadow. But it is most generally designated with the singular name of Long Face, Arik Anfin, undoubtedly because it contains all the other qualifications and all the intellectual and moral attributes of which, by the same reasoning, the small face is formed, Zeder Anfin. 282, the first, says the text, is the ancient, seen face to face. It is the supreme head, the source of all light, the principle of all wisdom, and can be defined only by unity. 283 from the bosom of this absolute unity, distinct from the various forms and from all relative unity, go forth, as parallels, two principles, opposite in appearance but inseparable in reality, one, male or active, which is called wisdom, chakma, the other passive or female, is designated by a word which it is customary to translate by intelligence, bina. All that exists, says the text, all that has been formed by the ancient, whose name be sanctified, can exist only by a male and a female. 284 We shall not insist upon this general form which we shall meet frequently as we proceed. We believe, though, that in this instance it applies to the subject and to the object of intelligence which was not possible to express more clearly in an eminently poetical language. Wisdom is also named the Father, for it is said, wisdom engenders all things. By means of 32 marvelous ways by which it is diffused through the universe, it imposes a form and measure on all that is. 285 Intelligence is the Mother, as is written, Thou shalt call intelligence by the name of Mother, prove. 2.3. 286 Without destroying the antithesis established as the general condition of existence, they, nevertheless, cause often the female or passive principle to spring forth from the male principle. 287 From their mysterious and eternal union comes forth a son, who according to the original expression, takes at one and the same time the features of his father and of his mother, bearing witness to both of them. This son of wisdom and intelligence, called also, because of double inheritance, the firstborn, is knowledge or science, Daath. These three persons contain and unite all that was, is, and will be, but they are, in their turn, reunited in the white head, in the Ancient of Ancients, for all is he, and he is all and in all. 288 At times he is represented with three heads which form but one head, and at times he is compared to the brain which, without losing its unity, is divided into three parts, and by means of 32 pairs of nerves spreads into the entire body, as divinity spreads into the universe by means of the 32 ways of wisdom. The Ancient, whose name be sanctified, exists with three heads which form but one head only, and that head is the most exalted among the most exalted things. And because the Ancient, whose name be blessed, is represented by the number 3, all the other lights, the other Sephiroth, which receive light from him, are also comprised in the number 3. 289 In the following passage the terms of that Trinity are somewhat different. We see there the Ein Sof himself, but, on the other hand, we do not find there intelligence, no doubt because it is but a reflex, a certain expansion or dimension of the Logos which is called here, wisdom. There are three heads sculptured one in the other, and one above the other. One head is the secret, hidden wisdom which is never unveiled. The mysterious wisdom is the supreme principle of all other wisdom. Above that first head is the ancient, whose name be sanctified, the most mysterious of all the mysteries. Finally, comes the head which dominates all the other heads, a head which is not a head. No one knows nor can know what that head contains, for it joins neither science nor our understanding. Because of that, the ancient, whose name be sanctified, is called the no-thing, Ayin, 290. Thus, unity in being, and trinity in intellectual manifestations or in thought. This is the exact summing up of what we have just said. Sometimes the terms, or, if we wish, the persons of this trinity, represented as three successive and absolutely necessary phases in existence as well as in thought, or to use an expression accepted in Germany, as a logical process showing at the same time the generation of the world. Whatever astonishment that fact may excite, it will not be doubted when the following lines have been read. Come and see that thought is the principle of all that is, as such it is at first ignored and confined within itself. When thought begins to diffuse, it arrives at the degree where it becomes spirit. 291. Arrived at that point, it takes the name of intelligence, and is not, as before, confined within itself. The spirit or mind itself develops from the very bosom of the mysteries by which it is surrounded, and a voice goes forth which is the union of all the heavenly choirs, a voice that speaks distinctly and in articulate words, for it comes from the spirit. But in reflecting upon all these degrees, you will find that the thought, the intelligence, this voice and this word are one and the same thing, that the thought is the beginning of all that is, and that there can be no interruption in it. True thought is bound to naught, Ayin, and is never parted from it. That is the meaning of the words, Jehovah is one and his name is one. 292. Here is another passage where the same idea is easily recognized under a more original and, as it seems to us, a more ancient form. The name which signifies I am, Ayer, shows the union of all that is, the degree where all the ways of wisdom are as yet hidden and united at one place, and can as yet not be distinguished one from another. But when a line of demarcation is established, when it is intended to designate the mother bearing in her bosom all things and about to bring them forth in order to reveal the supreme name, then, speaking of himself, God says, I who, Asher Ayer. 293. Finally, when all has been well formed and has departed from the maternal bosom, when everything is in its place, and when it is intended to designate the particular as well as the existence, God calls himself Jehovah, or, I am that I am, Ayer Asher Ayer. These are the mysteries of the holy name revealed to Moses, and of which no other man shared the knowledge with him. 294. The system of the Kabbalah does not, therefore, rest solely on the principle of emanation or upon the unity of substance. As we see, the Kabbalists went further. They taught a doctrine very similar to the doctrine which the metaphysicians of Germany now regard as the greatest glory of our time. They, the Kabbalists, believed in the absolute identity of thought and of existence, and consequently, the world, as we shall see later, could be to them nothing else than the expression of ideas, or of absolute forms of intelligence. In short, they give us a glimpse into the union of Plato and Spinoza. To clear this important fact of all doubt, and to show at the same time that the most learned of the modern Kabbalists have remained true to the traditions of their predecessors, we will add to the texts we have translated from the Zohar a very remarkable passage from the commentaries of Cordovera. The three first Sephiroth, to wit, the crown, wisdom, and intelligence, should be regarded as one and the same thing. The first represents knowledge or science, the second represents the knower, and the third represents the known. To explain this identity we must know that the knowledge of the Creator is not like the knowledge of the created, for with the latter knowledge is distinct from the subject of knowledge, and bears upon objects which, in their turn, are distinct from the subject. This is designated by the following three terms: the thought, that which thinks, and the thing thought of. The Creator, on the other hand, is in himself the knowledge, the knower, and the known. In fact, his manner of knowing does not consist in applying his thought to things outside of him, for it is by understanding and knowing himself that he knows and perceives all that is. Nothing exists that is not one with him and that he does not find in his own substance. He is the typus, of all being, and all things exist in him under their purest and most accomplished forms, so that the perfection of the creatures is inherent in this very existence by which they were united to the source of their being. 295. And in measure as they recede from that source, they fall away from that perfect and sublime state. It is thus that all sorts of existence in this world have their form in the Sephiroth, and the Sephiroth have their form in the source from which they emanate. 296 The seven attributes which we still have to speak of, and which are called by the modern Kabbalists the Sephiroth of the construction, Sephiroth Habinyan, undoubtedly because they are of more immediate service for the edification of the world, develop, like the preceding attributes, in the form of trinities, in each one of which two extremes are united by a middle term. 297 From the bosom of divine thought, which alone attained its fullest manifestation, proceed first two opposite principles, one active or male, the other female or passive. In grace, or mercy, Hesed, we find the principle of the first, the second is represented by judgment, Din, 298 But it is easily seen from the part held by the two principles in the whole of the system, that this grace and this judgment are not to be taken literally. We treat here of what we could call the expansion and the contraction of the will. In fact, it is from the first one that the male souls spring, and from the second spring the female souls. These two attributes are called also the two arms of God, one gives life, the other gives death. Were they separated the world could not subsist, it is even impossible for them to act separately, for according to the original expression, there is no judgment without mercy. 299 They also combine in a common center, beauty, 300 whose gross symbol is the breast or the heart. 301 It is remarkable that the beautiful is considered here as the expression and as the result of all moral qualities, or as the sum of all that is good. But the three following attributes are purely dynamic, that is to say, they represent the deity as the cause, as the universal force, as the generative principle of all beings. The first two, which represent in this new sphere, the male and the female principle, are called, conformably to a text of the Holy Scriptures, triumph, netzach, and glory, hod. It would be difficult to find the meaning of the two words were they not followed by this definition. By the words triumph and glory we understand extension, 302 multiplication, and force, for all the forces that spring up in the universe start from their bosom, and for this reason these two Sephiroth are called the hosts of the eternal. 303 They united in a common principle, ordinarily represented by the organs of generation which cannot denote anything but the generative element, or the source, the root of all that is. For this reason it is called the foundation, or basis, Ysod. All things, reads the text, will re-enter the basis from which they issued forth. All the marrow, all the sap, all the power is gathered in that place. All existing forces issue from it by the organ of generation. These three attributes also form but one single face, one single aspect of the divine nature, represented in the Bible by the God of hosts. 304 As to the last of the Sephiroth, or kingdom, Malkuth, all Kabbalists agree that it does not express any new attribute, but simply the harmony which exists between all the other attributes and their absolute rule over the world. Thus the 10 Sephiroth which, in their entirety, form the heavenly or ideal man, called by the modern Kabbalists the world of emanation, Olam Atzilus, is divided into three classes, each one of which shows us the deity in a different aspect, but always in the form of an indivisible trinity. The first three Sephiroth are purely intellectual or metaphysical. They express the absolute identity of existence and thought, and form what modern Kabbalists have called the intelligible world, Olam Muskal. The three Sephiroth following have a moral character. On the one hand they make us conceive God as the identity of kindness and wisdom, on the other hand they show us that the source of beauty and magnificence is in kindness or rather in the supreme good. They have therefore been named the virtues, Midoth, or the world of feeling, Olam Mergosh, in the loftiest meaning of the word. Finally, we learn by the last of these attributes that the universal providence, the supreme architect, is also the absolute force, the all-powerful cause, and that this cause is at the same time the generating element of all that is. These last Sephiroth constitute the natural world, or nature in its essence and in its principle, Natura Naturans, Olam Hamutba. 305 How and in what terms these different aspects are brought back to unity, and consequently to a supreme trinity, the following passage will show. In order to acquire the knowledge of a holy unity, we must examine the flame which rises from a fireplace or from a lighted lamp. We see then, at first, two kinds of light, a glistening white one and a black or blue one. The white light is above and rises in a straight line. The black or blue light is beneath, and appears to be the seat of the first, yet the two lights are so closely united that they form one single flame only. But the seat formed by the blue or black light is, in its turn, attached to the wick which is still under it. The white light never changes, it always remains white, but several shades are distinguished in the lower light. The lower light takes, moreover, two opposite directions. Above it is attached to the white light, and below it is attached to the burning matter, but this matter continually consumes itself, and constantly rises towards the upper light. It is thus that all that is joins again to the one unity. 306. To dispel all doubt as to the meaning of this allegory, we may add that is it found, almost literally reproduced, in another part 307 of the Zohar, to explain the nature of the human soul, which also forms a trinity, a feeble image of the Supreme Trinity. This last species of trinity, which explicitly comprises all the others, and which sums up the entire theory of the Sephiroth, plays also the most important part in the Zohar. Like the preceding trinities, it is represented by three terms only, each one of which has already been represented as the highest manifestation of one of the lower trinities. Among the metaphysical attributes it is the crown, among the moral attributes it is beauty, among the inferior attributes it is kingdom. But what is meant by the crown in the allegorical language of the Kabbalists? It is the substance, the one and absolute being. What is beauty? It is, as the Idra expressly says, the highest expression of moral life and of moral perfection. As an emanation from intelligence and mercy, it is often compared to the Orient, to the sun whose light is reflected equally by all earthly objects, and without which all would return to darkness. In a word, it is the ideal. Finally, what is kingdom? It is the permanent and imminent action of all the Sephiroth combined, the actual presence of God in the creation. This idea is fully expressed by the word Shekinah, one of the surnames of the kingdom. The true terms of this new trinity are, accordingly, the absolute, the ideal and the imminent face, or also, the substance, the thought and the life, that is, the uniting of the thought with the object. They constitute what is called the middle column, Amuda Diamtsissa, because in all the figures customarily used to represent the Sephiroth they are placed in the center, one above another, in the form of a vertical line or column. As may be expected of what we already know, these three terms also become so many faces, or symbolical manifestations. The crown does not change its name, it is always the long face, the Ancient of Days, the Ancient whose name be sanctified, Atika Kadisha. Beauty is the Holy King, or simply the King, Malko Kadisha, and the Shekinah, the Divine Presence in things, is the Matrona, or Queen, Matroniatha. When the one is compared to the sun, the other is compared to the moon, because the moon borrows all the light by which it shines from a higher place, from a degree immediately above her. In other words, real existence is only a reflection or image of ideal beauty. The Matrona is also called Eve, for, says the text, Eve is the mother of all things, and everything that exists here below, nurses from her breast and is blessed through her. 308 The King, and the Queen, commonly called also the Two Faces, Du Partsufin, 309 form together a pair whose task is to pour forth constantly upon the world new grace, and through their union to continue the work of the creation, or, what is more, to perpetuate the work of the creation. But the mutual love which impels them to this work, bursts forth in two ways, and produces consequently fruits of two kinds. Sometimes it comes from above, going from the husband to the wife, and from there to the entire universe, that is to say, existence and life, starting from the depths of the intelligible world, tend to multiply more and more in the objects of nature. Sometimes, on the contrary, it comes from below, going from the wife to the husband, from the real world to the ideal world, from earth to heaven, and brings back to the bosom of God the beings capable of demanding their return. The Zohar itself offers us an example of these two modes of generation in the circular course run by the holy souls. The soul, considered in its purest essence, has its root in intelligence, I mean the supreme intelligence where the forms of the beings begin to differentiate themselves one from another, and which is really the universal soul. From there it passes, if it is to be a male soul, by the principle of grace or expansion; if it is to be a female soul, it impregnates itself with the principle of judgment or concentration. Finally, it is brought forth into the world where we live by the union of the king and the queen, who, as the text reads, are to the generation of the soul, what man and woman are to the physical generation, the generation of the body. 310 By this road the soul descends to earth. Now, here is the way the soul returns to the bosom of God. When adorned with all the virtues, it has fulfilled its mission and is mature for heaven. It rises of its own impulse, by the love it inspires as well as by the love it experiences, and with it rises also the last degree of emanation or real existence, which is thus brought in harmony with the ideal form. the king and the queen unite anew, impelled by another cause and for another purpose than the first one. 311. In this manner, says the Zohar, life is drawn simultaneously from above and from below. The source is renewed and the sea, always refilled, distributes its waters to every place. 312. The union may take place accidentally while the soul is still chained to the body. But there we touch upon ecstasy, mystic rapture and the dogma of reversibility, of which we have decided to speak elsewhere. We believe, however, that our exposition of the Sephiroth would be incomplete without the mention of the figures which have been used to depict them to the eye. There are 3 principal figures, of which 2 at least are sanctioned by the Zohar. One shows the Sephiroth in the form of 10 concentric circles, or rather of 9 circles traced around a point which is their common center. The other represents the Sephiroth as the human body. The crown is the head, wisdom, the brain, intelligence, the heart, the trunk and the breast. In short, the middle column is the symbol of beauty, the arms are the symbols of grace and judgment, the lower parts of the body express the remaining attributes. It is upon these wholly arbitrary tales, carried to their last exaggeration in the Tikkunim, the supplements to the Zohar, that the practical Kabbalah and the claim to combat bodily ills with the different names of God 313 are mostly founded. Besides, this is not the first time that ideas have been gradually smothered even by the grossest symbols, and thoughts replaced by forms at the decadence of a doctrine. Finally, the last manner of representing the 10 Sephiroth is to divide them into 3 groups. To the right, on a vertical line, we see represented the attributes which may be called expansive, namely, the logos or wisdom, mercy and strength. 314. To the left we find placed in the same manner, on a parallel line, those which designate resistance or concentration, intelligence, i.e., the consciousness of the logos, judgment and so-called resistance. In the center finally are the substantial attributes which we have included in the Supreme Trinity. At the top, above the common level, we read the name of the crown, and at the base we read the name of kingdom. 315. The Zohar often alludes to this figure, which it compares to a tree of which the Ein Sof is its life and sap, and which was later called the Kabbalistic tree. At each step we are reminded there of the column of mercy, Amuda di Hesed, Sitra Ymina, the right column, of the column of judgment, Amuda di Dina, Sitra di Smola, the left column, and of the center column, Amuda di Amtsiotho. This does not prevent this same diagram from representing to us, in another plan, by horizontal lines, the 3 secondary trinities of which we have previously spoken. Besides these diagrams, modern Kabbalists have conceived also canals, Tsnuruth, which indicate in a material form all possible relations and combinations between the Sephiroth. Moses Cordovera tells of an author who could make 600,000 of such combinations. These subtleties may interest to a certain degree the science of calculus, but we search there in vain for a metaphysical idea. A strange idea, in a still stranger form, mingles in the Zohar with the doctrine of the Sephiroth which we have just explained. It is the idea of a fall and a rehabilitation, even in the sphere of the divine attributes, of a creation that failed because God did not descend with it to dwell in it, because he has yet not assumed that intermediary form between himself and the creature of which man here below is the most perfect expression. These, apparently different conceptions, have been united into a single thought which is found, now more developed, now less developed, in the Book of Mystery in the 2 Idras and in some fragments of less importance. It is presented in the following strange manner. In the book of Genesis 3:16 mention is made of 7 kings of Edom who preceded the kings of Israel, and enumerating them it mentions their successive deaths to show the order in which they succeeded one another. The authors of the Zohar took hold of this text, which in itself is foreign to such an order of ideas, to fasten to it their belief in a kind of revolution in the invisible world of the divine emanation. By the kings of Israel, they understand the 2 forms of absolute existence which are personified in the king and the queen, who, by dividing absolute existence for the sake of our feeble intelligence, represent the true essence of being. The kings of Edom, or, as they are also called, the ancient kings, are worlds which could neither subsist nor be realized before those forms were established which serve as intermediaries between the creation and the divine essence as considered in its entire purity. However, we believe that the better way of expounding without impairing this obscure portion of the system, would be to cite some fragments that refer to it and which explain themselves reciprocally. Before the Ancient of Ancients, the most hidden among the hidden, had prepared the forms of the kings and the first diadems, there was neither limitation nor end. He, therefore, took to sculpturing and tracing these forms in his own substance. He stretched before him a veil, and in that veil he sculptured the kings, and traced their limits and their forms, but they could not subsist. Therefore it is written, these are the kings that reigned in the land of Edom before a king reigned over the children of Israel. Here are dealt with the primitive kings and primitive Israel. 317 All the kings thus formed had their names, but they could not subsist until he, the ancient, descended to them and veiled himself for them. 318 There can be no doubt that these lines refer to a creation which anteceded ours, and to worlds that preceded ours. The Zohar itself tells us so in the most positive terms further on, 319, and this is also the unanimous belief of all the modern Kabbalists. But why did the ancient worlds disappear? Because God did not dwell in their midst regularly and constantly, or, as the text reads, because God had not come down to them, because he had as yet not shown himself in a form that permitted him to be present in the creation, and to perpetuate it by this very union. The worlds which he then produced by a spontaneous emanation from his own substance, are compared to sparks which escape in disorder from a common hearth and which die out in proportion to their distance from it. Ancient worlds there were which had been destroyed, formless worlds which have been called sparks, for thus it is when striking the iron the blacksmith causes sparks to burst forth on all sides. These sparks are the ancient worlds, and these worlds were destroyed and could not exist because the ancient, whose name be sanctified, has as yet not assumed his form, and the workman was not as yet at his work. 320 Now then, what is that form without which neither duration nor organization in the finite beings is possible, which, properly speaking, represents the artisan in the divine works, and by which, finally, God communicates, and in some sort reproduces himself outside of himself? It is the human form conceived in its highest generality, which comprises the moral and intellectual attributes of our nature as well as the conditions of its development and perpetuation, in a word, sexual differentiation, which the Zohar admits for the soul as well as for the body. This conception of sexual differentiation, or rather, the division and reproduction of the human form, is to them the symbol of universal life, of a regular and infinite development of existence, of a regular and continuous creation not alone through duration, but also through successive realization of all the possible forms of existence. We have met before with the root of this idea, but here is something more. The gradual expansion of life, existence, and of divine thought did not begin immediately below the substance, it was preceded by that tumultuous, disorderly and, if I may say, inorganic emanation of which we have just spoken. Why were the old worlds destroyed? Because man was not yet formed. The form of man contains all things, and all things can be maintained by it. As this form did not exist yet, the worlds that preceded it could neither subsist nor maintain themselves. They fell in ruins, until the form of man was established. They were then reborn with it, but under other names. 321 We do not wish to prove by new passages the sexual distinction either in the ideal man or in the divine attributes. We only wish to note here that this distinction, which is repeated under so many different forms in the Zohar, is also given the characteristic name of the balance, maskalo. Before the balance was established, says the Book of Mystery, they, the king and the queen, the ideal world and the real world, did not see one another face to face. The first kings died because they could find no subsistence, and the earth was ruined. The balance is suspended in a place that is not, the primitive naught, they who were to be weighed do not exist as yet. It is an entirely inward balance that has no other support but itself, and it is invisible. This balance carries and will carry everything that is not, that is and will be. 322 The previous citation taught us that the kings of Edom, the ancient worlds, did not entirely disappear. For in the Kabbalistic system nothing comes into existence and nothing perishes in an absolute manner. They only lost their place, which was the actual universe, and when God stepped out of himself to show himself again in the form of man, they were resuscitated, came to life again, in some sort, to enter under other names into the general system of the creation. When it is said, the kings of Edom are dead, it is not meant that they really died, or that they were totally destroyed, for every sinking down from a previous degree is called death. 323 They really did sink quite low, or rather they rose but little above the nihility, for they were placed on the last step of the universe. They represent the purely passive existence, or, to use the expression of the Zohar, judgment without mercy, a place where all is sternness and judgment. 324 Or where all is feminine without any masculine principle, that is, a place where everything is resistance and inertia as in matter. For that reason also they were called the kings of Edom, because Edom was the opposite of Israel, who represents mercy, life, spiritual and active existence. Taking most of these expressions literally, we may say with the modern Kabbalists, that the ancient worlds became a place of chastisement for crime, and that from their ruins came forth those malevolent beings who serve as instruments for divine justice. The idea would remain unchanged thereby, for, as we may convince ourselves further on, the punishment of guilty souls consists, according to the Zohar, where metempsychosis plays such a great part, precisely in a rebirth into the lowest degree of the creation, and in submitting more and more to the bondage of matter. As to the demons, who are always called by the significant name of the shells, Qliphoth, 325, they are nothing more than matter itself, and the passions that depend on it. Thus, every form of existence, from matter to eternal wisdom, is a manifestation, or rather, an emanation of the infinite being. That all things may have reality and continuance, it is not sufficient for them to come from God, it is also necessary that God be in their midst at all times, that he live, expand and reappear eternally and infinitely in their own appearance, for should he choose to leave them to themselves, they would vanish like a shadow. Better still, this shadow is a part of the chain of divine manifestations, it is the shadow which is the matter, it is the shadow that marks the boundary where life and spirit disappear from our sight. It is the end, as ideal man is the beginning. Upon this principle, then, the Kabbalistic cosmology and psychology are founded. Chapter 4. Continuation of the analysis of the Zohar. The Kabbalists' view of the world. What we know of the opinion of the Kabbalists concerning the divine nature, exempts us from dwelling upon their method of conception concerning the creation and the origin of the world, for, at bottom, these two things are huddled in their minds. If God unites in him in their infinite totality, thought as well as existence, it is quite certain that nothing can exist and nothing can be conceived outside, extra, of him. All, then, that we know, whether through reason or through experience, is a development or a particular aspect of the Absolute, a substance, eternal, inert and distinct from God is a chimera, and the creation, as ordinarily conceived, is an impossibility. The last deduction is clearly admitted in the following words: the indivisible point, the Absolute, that had no limits and that could not be conceived because of its intensity and purity, spread outward and formed a tent which served as a cover to this indivisible point. This tent, although of a light less pure than the indivisible point, was still too brilliant to be looked at. It spread, in its turn, outward, and this expansion was its garment. Thus, everything comes into existence by an ever-descending motion. Thus, finally, it was that the universe took shape. 326. We remember also that the absolute being and the visible nature have but one name, the meaning of which is God. Another passage teaches us that the voice which departs from the Spirit, and which is identical with it in the supreme thought, is really water, air, and fire, the north, the south, the east, the west, and all the forces of nature. 327. But all these elements and all these forces are united into one single thing, the voice which comes from the Spirit. Matter, finally, considered from the most general point of view, is the lowest part of the mysterious lamp just described. With such a viewpoint, the Kabbalists claim to remain true to the popular belief that by the power of the divine word alone the world came forth from nothing. But we know already that the last word, nothing, had quite another meaning for them. This point in their doctrine is very clearly shown by one of the commentators of the Sefer Yetzirah. When it is maintained that all things were called forth from nothingness, it is not meant nothingness in its proper sense, for something can never come from nothing. But what is meant here is the no-thing that cannot be conceived either through its cause or through its essence. In short, it is the cause of causes. It is what we call the primitive no-thing, Ein Kadmon, because it antecedes the universe, and by this we mean not alone material objects, but also the wisdom on which the world was founded. If we now inquire for the essence of wisdom and how it stays in the no-thing or in the supreme crown, no one will be able to answer this question, for in the no-thing there is no distinction and no manner of existence. Nor do we understand any better how wisdom is united with life. 328. All Kabbalists, ancient and modern, thus explain the dogma of the creation. But, consistent with themselves, they also admit the second part of the adage, ex nihilo nihil. 329. They believe just as little in absolute annihilation, as in a creation commonly understood. Nothing, says the Zohar, is lost in the world, not even the vapor that comes from our mouths. Like everything else it has its place and its destination, and the Holy One, blessed be He, makes it cooperative with His works, nothing falls into a void, not even the words and voice of man, for all things have their place and their destination. 330 These words were spoken by an unknown old man, in the presence of several disciples of Yohai, and the latter must have recognized in them one of the most important articles of their faith, for they hastened to interrupt by the following words, "Oh, what have you done, old man? Would it not have been better to keep silent? For now, there you are, carried away on an immense sea without sail or mast. Do you want to rise? You cannot do it. And if you would descend, there is a bottomless abyss to meet you." 331 They cited to him the example of their master who, being at all times reserved in his expressions, never ventured upon the sea without providing for a safe return. In other words, he hid his thoughts under the veil of allegory. However, later on the same principle is stated quite frankly: all things of which this world consists, the spirit as well as the body, will return to the principle and to the root from which they came. 332 He is the beginning and the end of all the degrees of the creation, all these degrees are marked with his seal, and he can be designated by unity only. He is one despite the innumerable forms that clothe him. 333 If God is at once the cause and the substance, or, as Spinoza would express himself, the immanent cause of the universe, it necessarily follows that the latter is the masterpiece of supreme perfection, wisdom, and goodness. To convey this idea, the Kabbalists made use of a very original expression which several of the modern mystics, Boehm and St. Martin among them, frequently used in their works. They called nature a blessing, and they considered as a very significant fact that the letter by which Moses began the story of the creation, Breshith, 334, is also the first letter in the word blessing, Braka. 335 Nothing is absolutely bad, nothing is accursed forever, not even the archangel of evil or the venomous beast, Havyabesha, as he is sometimes called, is accursed definitely. There will come a time when he will recover his name and his angelic nature. 336 Besides, here on earth, wisdom is no less visible than goodness, since the universe was created by the divine word, and because the universe in itself is nothing else but this word. Now, in the mystical language of the Zohar it means, as we have already been taught, that the articular expression of the divine thought is the ensemble of all the individual beings that exist in the bud in the eternal forms of supreme wisdom. But none of the passages already cited, or those we may cite in support of the principle in question, is of greater interest than the following: the Holy One, blessed be he, had already created and destroyed several worlds before he decided upon the creation of the world we live in, and when that last work was about to be accomplished, all the creatures of the universe and everything that was to be in the world in whatever period they were to exist were present before God in their real form, before they became a part of the universe. In this sense the following words of Ecclesiastes are to be taken: whatever was in times past shall be in the future also, and all that is to be has been already. 337, 338 The entire lower world was made in the likeness of the higher world. All that exists in the higher world appears like an image in this lower world, yet all this is but one. 339 From this exalted and grand belief which we meet more or less diffused through all the great systems of metaphysics, the Kabbalists have drawn an inference which brings them over entirely to mysticism. They imagine that everything which strikes our senses has a symbolic meaning, that the phenomena and the most material form can teach us what passes either in the divine thought or in the human intelligence. According to them, all that emanates from the mind must manifest itself and become visible outside of it. 340 From this conception comes also the belief in a celestial alphabet and in physiognomics. They speak of the celestial alphabet in the following manner: throughout the entire extent of the heavens whose circumference surrounds the world, there are figures and signs by means of which we may discover the most profound secrets and mysteries. These figures are formed by the constellations and the stars which are observed and investigated by the wise. 341 He who is obliged to travel in the morning shall rise at daybreak and look attentively toward the east. He will see something like letters graven on the heavens, and placed one above the other. Those brilliant forms are the letters with which God created the heaven and the earth, they form his mysterious and holy name. 342 Such ideas, if not taken in a very lofty sense, may seem unworthy of a place in a serious work, but we would miss the only aim we have placed before us, and we would be false to historic truth, were we to show the most brilliant and best-founded thoughts of the system contained in the Zohar, and were we to eliminate carefully all that may offend our intellectual habits. We have seen more than once that similar reveries were caused by the same principle and that such reveries were not always the work of the weakest minds. Plato and Pythagoras came close to them, and on the other hand, all the great representatives of mysticism, all those who saw in external nature a living allegory only, adopted the theory of numbers and ideas, each one according to his intellectual capacity. That the Kabbalists admitted also physiognomy, the name of which was already known in the time of Socrates, is also a consequence of their general system of metaphysics, or, if we may make use of modern philosophical language, it was by virtue of an a priori judgment. According to the teachings of the masters of esoteric science, physiognomy does not consist in outwardly manifested features, but in features mysteriously traced in the depth of our inner self. The external features vary according to the form imprinted on the inner face of the spirit. The spirit alone produces all the physiognomies known to the sages, and it is through the spirit that the physiognomies have a meaning. When souls and spirits come out of Eden, as supreme wisdom is often called, they all have definite forms which are later on reflected in the face. Zohar, Part 2, Vol 73b. A large number of detailed observations, some of which are still credited generally at the present time, follow these general considerations. For instance, a broad, convex forehead is the sign of a profound and active mind and of a choice intelligence. A broad but flat forehead denotes insanity and stupidity. A flat forehead terminating in a point and compressed at the sides is an unfailing indication of a very limited mind, often combined with unbounded vanity. Ib. Super, Vol 73-75a, 343. All human faces may be traced, finally, to four primary types, to which they either draw near or from which they recede according to the rank held by the souls in their intellectual and moral order. Those types are the four figures which occupy the mysterious chariot of Ezekiel, that is to say the figures of man, of the lion, of the ox and of the eagle. 344. It seems to us that the demonology adopted by the Kabbalists is but a reflected personification of the different degrees of life and intelligence which they perceived throughout nature. 345. The belief in demons and in angels had long since taken root in the mind of the people, like a jesting mythology, as it were, alongside the severe dogma of the divine unity. Why then should they not just as well have made use of it to veil their ideas on the relations of God to the world, as they made use of the dogma of the creation to teach the contrary, or as they made use of the words of the text of the scriptures to place themselves above the divine word and religious authority? We have not found any text entirely free from doubt in support of this opinion, but here are some reasons which make this opinion very probable, at least. First of all, in the three principal fragments of the Zohar, in the two Idras and in the Book of Mystery, there is never any mention made, in any form, of this celestial or infernal hierarchy which seems to have been only a memento of the Babylonian captivity. Then, when angels are spoken of in the other parts of the Zohar, they are represented as much inferior beings than man, as forces of unchanging blind impulses. We shall offer an example of it in the following words: God vivified every part of the firmament with a particular spirit. Immediately all the celestial hosts were formed and found themselves before him. This is the meaning of what is said, Psalms 6, with the breath of his mouth he created all their hosts. The Holy Spirits, who are the messengers of the Lord, descend from one degree only, but in the souls of the just there are two degrees united in one. For that reason the souls of the just rise higher, and for that same reason their rank is higher. 346. Even the Talmudists, despite their adherence to the letter, subscribe to the same principle. 347. The just, they say, are greater than the angels. 348. We shall understand even better what was meant by the spirits which animate all the celestial bodies and all the elements of the earth, if we pay attention to the names and the functions attributed to them. First of all, we must remove the purely poetical personifications, the character of which is closely set forth, and of such are all the angels that bear the name representing a moral quality or a metaphysical abstraction, as, for instance, the good and the bad desire, Yotzar Tav, Yotzar Hara, which are always represented to us as real personages, the angel of purity, Tahariel, the angel of mercy, Ramiel, the angel of justice, Sadkiel, the angel of deliverance, Pada, and the famous Raziel, the angel of secrets who watches with a jealous eye over the mysteries of the Kabbalistic wisdom. 349. Moreover, it is a principle recognized by all the Kabbalists, and connected with the general system of beings, that the angelic hierarchy begins only in the third world, the world of formation, Olam Yetzirah, the place occupied by the planets and celestial bodies. Now, as previously said, the chief of the invisible militia is the angel Metatron, so called because his place is immediately below the throne of God, Kursiyah, and who alone constitutes the world of creation, or the world of pure spirits, Olam Birio. His task is to maintain unity, harmony, and the movement of the spheres. This is exactly the task of that blind and infinite force which, at times, has been substituted for God under the name of nature. The myriads of subordinates under Metatron's command have been divided into 10 categories, undoubtedly in honor of the 10 Sephiroth. These subaltern angels are to the different divisions of nature, to every sphere and to every element in particular, what their chief is to the entire universe. Thus, one presides over the movements of the earth, another over the movements of the moon, and so on over all other celestial bodies. 351 is called the angel of fire, Uriel, another is called the angel of light, Riel, a third presides over the distribution of the seasons, a fourth over vegetation. In short, all the productions, all the forces and all the phenomena of nature are represented in the same manner. The purpose of this allegory becomes quite evident when the infernal spirits are under consideration. We have already called attention to the general name given to all the forces of this order. The demons, according to the Kabbalists, are the grossest and most imperfect forms, the shells of existence, in short, everything that denotes absence of life, of intelligence, and of order. Like the angels, they form 10 Sephiroth, 10 degrees where darkness and impurity thicken more and more, as in the circles of the Florentine poet. 351, 352 the first, or rather the first 2 degrees, are nothing else but the state in which Genesis represents to us the earth before the work of the 6 days, that is to say, absence of all visible form and of all organization. 353 the third is the seat of darkness, the same darkness which in the beginning covered the face of the abyss. 354 then follow what are called the 7 tabernacles, Sheba Hekols, or so-called hell, which shows us in a systematic outline all the disorders of the moral world and all the torments consequent to them. There we see every passion of the human heart, every vice and every weakness personified in a demon who becomes the tormentor of those who have been led astray by these faults. Here lust and seduction, their anger and violence, further on gross impurity, the demon of solitary debauches, elsewhere crime, envy, idolatry and pride. The 7 infernal tabernacles are divided and subdivided ad infinitum. For every kind of perversity there is something like a special kingdom, and thus the abyss unfolds itself gradually in all its depth and immensity. 355 the supreme chief of that world of darkness who bears the scriptural name of Satan, is called in the Kabbalah, Samol, that is to say the angel of poison or of death, and the Zohar states positively that the angel of death, evil desire, Satan, and the serpent which seduced our first mother, are one and the same thing. 356 Samol is also given a wife who is the personification of vice and sensuality, for she calls herself the chief prostitute or the mistress of debauches. 357 But ordinarily they are united into one single symbol called simply the beast. If we wish to reduce this demonology and angelology to the simplest and most general form, we find that the Kabbalists recognized in each object of nature, and consequently in all nature, 2 very distinct elements. 1. An inner incorruptible which reveals itself to the intelligence exclusively, and which is the spirit, the life or the form. The other, a purely external and material element that has been made the symbol of forfeiture, of curse and of death. They may have said, as a modern philosopher, and a descendant of their race said, omnia, quam vis diversis gradibus, animata tamen sunt. All, no matter how different a grade, is still animated. Spinoza, Ethics. Chapter 5. Continuation of the analysis of the Zohar. View of the Kabbalists on the human soul. It is mainly because of the high rank given to man by the Kabbalists, that the latter recommend themselves to our interest, and the study of their system becomes of great importance to the history of philosophy as well as to that of religion. For dust thou art, and unto dust shalt thou return, is said in Genesis 3:19, and this curse is followed neither by any definite 358 promise of a better future, nor by any mention of the soul which is to return to God when the body mingles with the earth. According to the author of the Pentateuch, the model of wisdom in Israel, the author of Ecclesiastes, has bequeathed the following strange comparison to posterity, 359, for that which befalleth the sons of man, befalleth the beasts, even the same thing befalleth them, as the one dieth, so dieth the other. Eccle. 2:19. The Talmud expresses itself at times very poetically on the compensation that awaits the just. It represents them sitting in the celestial Eden with crowned heads and enjoying the divine glory. 360 But it endeavors rather to humble than ennoble human nature in general. Whence come you? From a fetid drop. Whither go you? To a place of dust, of defilement, and of worms. And before whom are you some day to vindicate yourself and give account of your actions? Before the King of all kings, before the Holy One whose name be praised. 361 Such are the words we read in a collection of sayings attributed to the oldest and most honored leaders of the Talmudical school. 362 In quite a different language the Zohar tells us of our origin, of our future destiny and of our relations to the divine being. Man, it says, is both the summary and the highest expression of creation. For this reason he was not created until the sixth day. As soon as man appeared, everything was completed, the higher world as well as the lower world, for all is summed up in man. He unites all form. 363 But he is not only the image of the world, of the universality of beings including the absolute, he is also, and above all, the image of God as considered in the totality of these infinite attributes. Man is the divine presence on earth, Sekinta Tatoa. It is the celestial Adam who, departing from the highest primitive darkness, created the terrestrial Adam. 364 Here follows at first a representation of man under the first of these two aspects, that is man as the microcosm. Do not think that man is but flesh, skin, bones, and veins, far from it. That which really constitutes man, is his soul, and the things we call skin, flesh, bones, and veins are for us but a garment, a cloak, but they do not constitute man. When man departs this earth, he divests himself of all the cloaks that cover him. Yet, the different parts of the body conform to the secrets of the supreme wisdom. The skin represents the firmament which extends everywhere and which covers everything, like a cloak. The flesh reminds us of the evil side of the universe, that is, as we have said above, the purely external and sensual element. The bones and the veins represent the celestial chariot, the forces that exist within, the servants of God. However, all this is but a cloak, for the deep mystery of celestial man is within. All is as mysterious below as it is above. Therefore it is written, and God created man in his image. The mystery of terrestrial man is according to the mystery of the celestial Adam. Yet, as we see in the all-covering firmament stars and planets which form different figures that contain hidden things and profound mysteries, so there are on the skin that covers our body certain figures and lines which are the planets and stars of our body. All these signs have a hidden meaning and attract the attention of the wise who can read the face of man. Zohar, Part 2, 76a. Man makes even the most ferocious animal tremble by the sole power of his external form and by the intelligence and grandeur that reflects in his features. 365 The angel sent to Daniel to protect him from the rage of the lions, is, according to the Zohar, nothing but the very face of the prophet, or the power exerted by the look of a pure man. It is added, though, that this power vanishes as soon as the person sinks through sin and through neglect of his duties. 366 We shall not linger upon this point which we have noted, and which belongs entirely to the theory of nature. When we consider the human being, per se, that is to say, from the point of view of the soul, and compared to God before he became visible in the world, it reminds us entirely, by its unity, by its substantial identity and by its threefold nature, of the Supreme Trinity. For the human being consists of the following elements: 1. Of a spirit, Neshama, which represents the highest degree of his existence; 2. Of a soul, Ruah, which is the seat of good and evil, of the good and evil desires, in short, of all the moral attributes; 3. Of a coarser spirit, Nefesh, which is in immediate relation with the body and the direct cause of what the text calls the lower movements, that is, the actions and instincts of the animal life. To understand how these three principles, or rather these three degrees of human existence united in one being, despite the distance that separates them, we give here again the comparison which we have made use of on the subject of the divine attributes, and the germ of which is to be found in the Book of Formation. There are a great many passages which bear witness to these three souls, but we prefer to choose the following because of its lucidity. In these three, the spirit, the soul and the life of the senses, we find a true picture of what is going on above, for all these three make up but one being, where all is joined in unity. The life of the senses has no light of its own. For this reason it is closely connected to the body which it supplies with the necessary enjoyments as well as food. We may apply here the following words of the sage: she gives provision to her household, and a task to her maidens. Prove XXI, 15. The house is the body that is nourished, and the maidens are the members of the body who obey. Above the life of the senses is the soul, which subdues it, rules it, and supplies it with as much light as it needs. The animal principle is therefore the seat of the soul. Finally, above the soul is the spirit, by which it is ruled in turn, and which illumines it with the light of life. The soul is illumined by this light, and is entirely dependent upon the spirit. After death, the soul finds no rest, and the gates of Eden are closed to her until the spirit had risen to its source, to the Ancient of the Ancients, to replenish everlastingly from him, for the spirit always ascends to its source. 367 Each of these three souls, as is easily foreseen, has its source in a different degree of the divine existence. The supreme wisdom, also called the celestial Eden, is the only source of the spirit. The soul, according to all the commentators on the Zohar, springs from the attribute which unites in itself judgment and mercy, that is to say, from beauty. And lastly, the animal principle, which never rises above this world, has no other basis but the attributes of strength contained in the kingdom. Besides these three elements, the Zohar recognizes also another element of quite an extraordinary nature, the origin of which will reveal itself in the course of this work. It is the external form of man conceived as a separate existence preceding the body, in short, the idea of the body, but with the individual traits which distinguish every one of us. This idea descends from heaven, and becomes visible at the moment of conception. At the moment of earthly union, 368 the Holy One, praised be his name, sends down a human-like form which bears the imprint of the divine seal. This form is present at the act of which we spoke, and if we were permitted to see what goes on at the time, we would notice above its head an image resembling a human face, and this image is the model according to which we are procreated. Procreation cannot take place until this form has been sent by the Lord, until it descends and hovers over our head, for it is written, and God created man in his image. It is this image which receives us first when we come into this world, it develops with us while we grow, and accompanies us when we leave the earth. Its origin is in heaven. When the souls are about to leave their celestial abode, each soul appears before the Supreme King clothed in a sublime form wherein the traits are engraved that are to mark it in this world. The image then emanates from this sublime form, it is the third from the soul, precedes us to earth and awaits our arrival from the moment of the conception, it is always present at the conjugal union. 369 The modern Kabbalists call this image the individual principle, Wahido. Some, finally, have introduced into the Kabbalistic psychology a fifth principle, called the vital spirit, Ruach Hiyuni, or simply, Hiyo. The seat of this principle is in the heart, and it presides over the combination and the organization of the material elements. It is just as different from the principle of animal life, Nefesh, and the life of the senses, as the vegetative and nutritive soul differs from the sensitive soul, in the philosophy of Aristotle and of the scholastics. This opinion is based upon an allegorical passage in the Zohar, where it is said that every night during our sleep our soul ascends to heaven to render account there of the day's work, and that during that time the body is animated only by a breath of life which has its seat in the heart. 370 But, to tell the truth, these last two elements do not count in our spiritual existence, which is entirely included in the intimate union of the soul and the spirit. The temporary union of these two higher principles with the sense principle, that is to say, life itself which chains them to earth, is not considered a misfortune. Unlike Origenes and the Gnostic schools, life is not looked upon as a downfall or as an exile, but as a means for education and as a beneficial trial. According to the Kabbalists, it is necessary for the soul, an inherent necessity of its finite nature, to play a part in the universe, to contemplate the spectacle offered by creation, in order to attain self-consciousness and consciousness of its origin, and to return, but without absolutely uniting, to that inexhaustible source of light and life which is called the divine thought. Moreover, the spirit cannot descend without raising at the same time the two lower principles, yes, even matter which is placed still lower. Human life, when completed, is therefore a kind of reconciliation between the two extreme expressions of existence considered in its entirety, between the ideal and the real, between form and matter, or, as expressed in the original, between the king and the queen. Here we have these two deductions recognizably expressed in a more poetical form. The souls of the just are above all the high powers and high servants. And were you to ask why they descend to this world from such a lofty position, and why they wander from their source, I shall answer by the following example. To a king was born a son who was sent to the country to be fed and raised until he should be sufficiently grown and instructed in the habits of his father's palace. When the father was informed that the education of his son was completed, what does he do in his love for him? He sends for the queen, his son's mother, to celebrate his return. He takes him into his palace and rejoices with him all day. The Holy One, blessed be his name, also has a son from the queen. This son is the higher and holy soul. He sends him to the country, i.e., into this world, in order to grow up and be initiated in the usages observed in the royal palace. When the king is informed that his son has reached mature age and that the time has come to take him into his palace, what does he do for the love of him? In honor of his son, he invites the queen, and takes his son into his palace. The soul really never leaves the earth except in company with the queen who is to conduct it into the palace of the king where it is to live forever. And yet the inhabitants of the country are accustomed to weep when the king's son separates from them. But, if there be a clear-sighted man among them, he tells them, "Why do you cry? Is he not the son of the king? Is he not right in leaving you that he may go to live in the palace of his father?" Thus did Moses, who knew the truth, say to the weeping inhabitants of the country, i.e., the people. You are the sons of Jehovah, your God, you shall not cut yourself for the dead. 371 If all the just knew this, they would welcome the day they are to quit this world. And is it not the height of glory when the Queen, the Shekinah or the divine presence, descends among them, when they are admitted to the palace of the King, and when they enjoy his delight forever? 372 In these relations between God, nature, and the human soul we find again the same form of Trinity which we met so often before, and which the Kabbalists seem to have given a logical importance of greater extent than the exclusive circle of religious ideas is able to hold. But human nature is the image of God not alone from this point of view. In all degrees of its existence it includes also the two generative principles, the Trinity of which, formed by means of a middle term proceeding from their union, is but the result and most complete expression. The celestial Adam being the result of a male and a female principle, it was necessary that the same apply also to the terrestrial man, and this distinction applies not only to the body, but also, and above all, to the soul when considered in its purest element. Every form, says the Zohar, in which the male and female principle is not found, is not a higher or complete form. The Holy One, blessed be he, does not establish his abode where these two principles are not perfectly united. The blessing descends only where this union exists, as the following words teach us. He blessed them and called their name, Adam, on the day when they were created. Genesis v. 2, for the name Adam, man, can be given only to a man and a woman who are united into one being. 373 Just as the soul was in the beginning entirely within the Supreme Intelligence, so were the two halves of the human being, each one of which, however, comprises all the elements of our spiritual nature, united before they came into this world, whither they were sent to learn self-recognition and to unite themselves anew in the bosom of God. This thought is nowhere expressed as clearly as in the following fragment. Every soul and every spirit, before coming into this world, is composed of a male and a female united into one being. In descending to earth, these two halves separate and go to animate different bodies. At the time of marriage, the Holy One, blessed be he, who knows all the souls and all the spirits, unites them as before, and they become, again, one single body and one single soul. But this union conforms to the acts of man and to the ways which he travelled. If he is pure and acts godly, he will enjoy a union which resembles completely the one that preceded his birth. 374 The author of these lines may have heard of the androgyne of Plato, for the name of this imaginary being is well known in the ancient traditions of the Hebrews. 375 But how far inferior to the Kabbalists did the Greek philosopher remain on this point? We may be permitted to remark that the question under consideration here, and even the principle by which it is solved, are not unworthy of a great metaphysical system. For if man and woman are two equal beings by their spiritual nature and by the absolute laws of morality, they are far from being alike in the natural direction of their faculties, and we have reason to agree with the Zohar that sexual distinction exists for the body as well as for the soul. The belief just expounded is inseparable from the dogma of pre-existence, and the latter, already included in the theory of ideas, is still closer connected to the one which mingles existence and thought. Side by side with the principle from which it sprang, this dogma is also acknowledged with all possible perspicuity. We need but continue the modest role of translator. When the Holy One, praised be He, was about to create the world, the universe was already present in his thought. He then formed also the souls which were eventually to belong to man. These souls presented themselves to him in exactly the same form which they were to take later in the human body. God examined them one by one, and found several which were to corrupt their ways, morals, in this world. When the time came, each of the souls was summoned before God, who said, "Go to that part of the earth and animate such and such a body." The soul replied, "O Master of the universe, I am happy in this world and do not want to leave it for another where I shall be subjected and exposed to all kinds of contamination." The Holy One, blessed be He, then said, "From the day you were created you had no other destination but the world to which I send you." Seeing that it must obey, the soul sorrowfully took the earthly path and descended among us. 376. Along with this idea we find the doctrine of reminiscence expressed in a very simple manner in the following passage: "Just as all things of this world were present in their proper form in the thought of God before the creation, so were all human souls, before coming into this world, in the presence of God in heaven in the form which they have here below, and all that they learn here, they already knew before they came here." 377. It is perhaps regrettable that such an important principle has not been developed further, and that it does not take up more space in the totality of the system. But we are forced to admit that it is expressed in quite a categorical manner. We must take care, however, not to confound this doctrine of pre-existence with the doctrine of moral predestination. Human liberty is not entirely impossible with the latter. With the first, human liberty is a mystery which neither pagan dualism and the biblical dogma of creation, nor the belief in the absolute unity are able to reveal. This mystery is formally acknowledged by the Zohar. "If the Lord," said Simeon ben Yohai to his disciples, "if the Holy One, blessed be He, had not put into us the good and the evil desire which the Scriptures call light and darkness, there would be neither merit nor guilt for the created man, man proper." "Then, why is it so?" demanded the disciples. "Were it not better if there were neither reward nor punishment?" "No," answered the Master, "it is well that man is created as he is, and all that the Holy One, praised be He, created, was necessary. The law was made for the sake of man, but the law is a cloak for the Shekinah. Without man and without the law, the divine presence, Shekinah, would be like a pauper who has no cloak to cover himself with." 378. In other words, the moral nature of man, the idea of good and evil, which cannot be conceived without liberty, is one of the forms under which we are forced to picture the absolute being. True, we have been told previously that God knew the souls, before their coming to this world, which were to desert Him later on, but freedom does not suffer thereby. On the contrary, it only commences then, and even the spirits which have been liberated from the bondage of matter can, according to the following words of the Zohar, abuse liberty. "All those who do evil in this world have begun already in heaven their estrangement from the Holy One, praised be He. They threw themselves into the entrance of the abyss and anticipated the time of their coming to earth. Thus were the souls before they came among us." 379. It is precisely for the purpose of reconciling liberty with the destination of the soul, and of giving man the means of expiating his faults without banishing him forever from the bosom of God, that the Kabbalists adopted and ennobled the Pythagorean dogma of metempsychosis. Like all individual beings, it is necessary that the souls return also to the absolute substance from which they departed. But to attain that purpose they must develop all perfections, the indestructible germ of which is hidden in them, and through many trials they must attain self-consciousness and consciousness of their origin. If they did not fulfill these conditions in a previous life, they begin a second, and after this a third life, passing always into new conditions where the acquisition of the lacking virtues depends entirely upon themselves. We may stop this exile whenever we wish, but nothing prevents us from continuing it forever. "All souls," says the text, "are subject to the trials of transmigration, and man does not know the ways of the Holy One, blessed be He. He does not know that he is called to judgment entering this world as well as after leaving it. He does not know the many transformations and the many secret trials he has to pass through, the number of souls and spirits which enter this world and do not return to the palace of the heavenly King. Man does not know that the souls undergo revolutions similar to those of a stone thrown from a sling. The time has finally come when these secrets must be divulged." 380. To these words, so fully in accord with the metaphysics of the Zohar, details are added which reveal at times the most poetic imagination which offers no interest for the history of philosophy and adds nothing to the system we are endeavoring to understand, although not unworthy of Dante's genius and of being incorporated in his immortal work. We only wish to note that, according to Saint Jerome, the transmigration of the soul was taught for a long time among the early Christians as an esoteric and traditional doctrine which was to be divulged to a small number of the elect only, abscondit quasi in foveis viparum versari, et quasi hereditario malo cercia in porsis. 381 Origen considered the doctrine as the only possible explanation of such biblical accounts as the prenatal scuffle between Esau and Jacob, of Jeremiah's appointment while still in his mother's womb, and a host of others which would accuse the heavens of iniquity were they not justified by the good or evil actions of a pre-existing life. To remove all doubt as to the origin and the true character of this belief, the Alexandrian priest takes care to add that it is not the metempsychosis of Plato which is at issue here, but quite a different and much loftier theory. 382 To help us regain heaven, modern Kabbalists have conceived another remedy, besides so-called metempsychosis, which is offered to our weakness by divine grace. They are of the opinion that since the souls lack the power to fulfill separately all the precepts of the law, God unites them into one life, so that, like the blind and the lame, they may complete each other. Sometimes it is only one soul which is in need of additional virtue, it therefore looks for it in another, better favored and stronger soul. The latter then becomes like a mother to the first one, carrying it in its bosom and nourishing it from its own substance, like a woman nourishing the fruit of her womb. Whence the name, gestation, or impregnation, Iber, the philosophical meaning of which, if there be one, is hard to guess. 383 But we shall lay aside these vagaries or unimportant allegories, if you please, and adhere to the text of the Zohar. We know that the return of the soul to the bosom of God is the end of, as well as the compensation for, all the ordeals of which we have spoken. However, the authors of the Zohar did not stop there. The union which causes such inexpressible joy to the Creator as well as to the created is to them a natural fact, the principle of which rests in the very constitution of the soul. In short, they endeavor to explain that doctrine by a psychological system which we find, without exception, at the bottom of all the theories fathered by mysticism. Having separated from human nature the blind force which presides over animal life, which never leaves the earth, 384 and consequently plays no part in the destinies of the soul, the Zohar distinguishes also two kinds of sentiments and two kinds of cognitions. Or, 385 and love make up the first two, direct light and reflected light, or the inner face and the outer face, the expressions ordinarily used to designate the two last ones. The inner face, says the text, receives its light from the supreme light, Saga, which shines forever and the secret of which can never be divulged. It is an inner face because it comes from a hidden source, but it is also a superior face because it comes from on high. The outer face is but the reflection of that light which emanates directly from above. 386 When God told Moses that he might see only his back and not his front, he alluded to these two kinds of cognition. 387 which are represented in the early paradise by the tree of life and the tree of knowledge of good and evil. It is, in short, what we would call nowadays intuition and reflection. Love and awe, considered from the religious standpoint, are defined in a very remarkable manner in the following passage: through awe we come to love. One who obeys God out of love has undoubtedly attained the highest degree, and because of his sanctity, belongs already to the future life. Do not think, though, that service to God through awe is no service at all. Such service has also its merits, although the union between the soul and God is not so lofty. There is only one degree more elevated than that of awe, and that is love. Love contains the mystery of the unity of God. It is love that links the higher and lower degrees to one another. It is love that lifts everything to that degree where all must become one. This is also the secret of the words, "Hear, O Israel, the eternal our God is one God." 388 We understand offhand that the spirit, when it has reached the highest degree of perfection, knows neither reflection nor awe. Its blissful existence, which is all intuition and love, has lost its individual character. Without interest, without activity and without returning to itself, it cannot separate itself from the divine existence. In the following passage that kind of existence is represented from the viewpoint of intelligence. Come and see, when the souls have arrived at the place which is called the treasure of life, they enjoy that brilliant light, whose source is in the highest heaven, and the splendor of the light is so great that the souls would not be able to bear it were they not clothed with a cloak of light. It is only because of this cloak that they can look into that dazzling hearth which illumines the seat of life. Moses himself could approach to look at it only after discarding his earthly cloak. 389 If we wish to know how the soul unites with God through love, we must listen to the words of an old man who has been entrusted by the Zohar with the most important part after Simeon ben Yohai. In one of the most mysterious and most exalted parts of heaven there is a palace of love, Heikel Arvar. The most profound mysteries are there. There are all souls well beloved by the celestial King, the Holy One, praised be He, together with the Holy Spirits with whom He unites by kisses of love, Enshikin Dirimu. 390 It is by virtue of this idea that the death of the righteous is called the kiss of God. 391 This kiss, says distinctly the text, is the union of the soul with the substance from which it springs. 392 The same principle will explain to us why all the interpreters of mysticism venerate so highly the tender, but often profane, expressions met within the Song of Songs. My beloved one belongs to me, and I belong to my beloved one, said Simeon ben Yohai before dying. 393 And it is especially noteworthy that this quotation closes also Gerson's treatise on mystic theology. 394 Notwithstanding the surprise that may be caused by placing the justly celebrated name just mentioned and the great name of Fenelon alongside the names which figure in the Zohar, we shall have no trouble to show that it is impossible to find in the Considerations on Mystic Theology, and in the Explanations of the Maxims of the Saints, anything but this theory of love and contemplation, of which we have endeavored to show the most salient features. Let us present the last deductions which no one admitted with such frankness as the Kabbalists. There is one degree among the 7 degrees of existence, which are also called the 7 tabernacles, 395 which is called the All-Saint, where all the souls unite with the Supreme Soul and mutually complete themselves. There, all return to unity and perfection. Everything unites into a single thought which spreads over and completely fills the universe. But the foundation of this thought, the light that is hidden within, can never be grasped or known. We may grasp only the thought that emanates from it. In this state, finally, the created cannot be differentiated from the creator. The same thought illumines them, the same will animates them. The soul as well as God commands the universe, and God executes what the soul commands. 396 To close this analysis we must show in a few words the opinion the Kabbalists have of a traditional dogma which, while of secondary consideration in their system, is of the greatest importance in the history of religions. The Zohar mentions more than once the fall and the curses which the disobedience of our first parents brought down upon human nature. It teaches us that, in yielding to the serpent, Adam called down death upon himself, upon his posterity and upon entire nature. 397 Before his sin Adam was more powerful and more beautiful than the angels. If he had a body at all, it was not of that vile matter of which our bodies are made. He shared none of our needs and none of our sensual desires. He was enlightened by a higher wisdom which the divine messengers of the highest rank were condemned to envy. 398 We cannot say, however, that this dogma is the same as the dogma of original sin. In fact, if we consider only the posterity of Adam, we do not deal here with a crime which no human virtue is able to expunge, but with a hereditary misfortune, with a terrible punishment which extends into the future as well as into the present. The pure man, says the text, is in himself the real sacrifice which may serve as an expiation. The righteous is therefore the sacrifice and expiation of the universe. Part 1, Vol 65a, Sect. Noah. They even go so far as to represent the angel of death as the greatest benefactor in the universe, for, they say, the law was given to us as a protection against him. On his account the righteous will inherit those sublime treasures which are reserved for them in the life to come. 399 However, this old belief in the fall of man, which is so positively taught in Genesis, is ably set forth in the Kabbalah as a natural fact, just as the creation of the soul has been explained previously. Before Adam sinned he obeyed only the wisdom whose light shines from above. He had as yet not separated himself from the tree of life. But when he yielded to the desire of knowing the things here below and to descend to them, he was tempted by them, he became acquainted with evil and forgot the good, he separated himself from the tree of life. Before they committed this sin, they heard the voice from on high, they were in possession of higher wisdom and retained their sublime and luminous nature. But after their sin, they did not understand even the voice from below. 400 We fail to see how the opinion just expressed can be opposed when we are taught that Adam and Eve, before they were beguiled by the subtleness of the serpent, were exempt not only from the need of a body, but did not even have a body, that is to say, they were not of the earth. Both were pure intelligences, happy spirits like those dwelling in the abode of the elect. This explains the scriptural text where they are represented as nude during their state of innocence, and when we are told by the writer of sacred history that God clothed them in coats of skin, he meant to say that God provided them with bodies and the faculty of sensation, so they might be able to inhabit this world to which they were drawn by an imprudent desire, or by the desire to know good and evil. We give here one of the numerous passages where this idea, adopted also by Philo and by Origen, is expressed in a very clear manner. When our forefather Adam inhabited the Garden of Eden, he was clothed, as all are in heaven, with a cloak of the higher light. When he was driven from the Garden of Eden and was compelled to submit to the needs of this world, what happened then? God, the scriptures tell us, made for Adam and his wife coats of skin and clothed them, for before this they had coats of light, of that higher light used in Eden. The good actions accomplished by man on earth draw upon him a part of that higher light which shines in heaven. It is this light which serves him as garment when he is to enter into another world and appear before the Holy One, whose name be praised. Thanks to this garment he is able to taste the bliss of the elect, and to look into the luminous mirror. 401 That it may be perfect in all respects, the soul has a different garment for each of the two worlds it is to inhabit, one for the earthly world, and one for the higher world. 402 On the other hand we know already that death, which is but sin itself, is not an universal curse, but solely a voluntary evil. It does not exist for the righteous who unites with God by a love kiss, it strikes only the wicked who leaves all his hope behind in this world. The dogma of original sin seems to have been adopted rather by the modern Kabbalists, principally by Isaac Luria, who believed that all souls were born with Adam, and that they all formed one and the same soul. He, therefore, regarded them all equally guilty of the first act of disobedience. But, while showing them thus degraded since the beginning of the creation, he accords them, at the same time, the faculty of elevating themselves through their own efforts by fulfilling all the commandments of God. Therefore, the obligation to bring the souls out of this state, and to fulfill, as far as possible, the precept of the law, be fruitful and multiply. Therefore also, the necessity of metempsychosis, for one life period does not suffice for this work of rehabilitation. 403 Even under another form, it is always the ennobling of our earthly existence and the satisfaction of life that is offered the soul as the only means of obtaining that perfection the need and the germ of which it carries in itself. It is not part of our plan to pass judgment upon the vast system we have explained. Besides, we could not do it without profaning the strongest conceptions of the philosophy and the religious dogmas, the mystery of which is justly respected. We intend to play only the modest part of an interpreter. Yet, we are convinced, at least, that, notwithstanding the obscurity of the language and the incoherence of the form, notwithstanding those puerile reveries which interrupt at every step the course of serious thought, historical truth has not much to complain of us. Were we to measure now, in a most summary manner, the space we have travelled, we shall find that the Kabbalah, as presented to us by the Sefer Yetzirah and the Zohar, is composed of the following elements. 1. By taking all the facts and all the words of the scripture as symbols, it teaches man to have confidence in himself, it puts reason in the place of authority, and calls into existence a philosophy in the very bosom and under the protection of religion. 2. For the belief in a creative God, apart from nature, and who, notwithstanding his omnipotence, had to spend an eternity in inactivity, it substitutes the idea of an universal substance, infinite in reality, always active, always thinking, the immanent cause of the universe, but not confined by it, to whom, finally, to create, means nothing else but to think, exist, and develop itself. 3. Instead of a purely material world, apart from God, sprung from nothingness and destined to return there, the Kabbalah recognizes innumerable forms under which the divine substance develops and manifests itself according to invariable laws of the idea. All exists at first, united in the supreme intelligence before realizing itself in a sentient form. Therefore, two worlds, one an intelligible or higher, the other an inferior or material. For, of all the forms, man is the most exalted, the most complete, and the only one permitted to represent God. Man is the bond and the transition between God and the world, he reflects both in his double nature. Like everything else of a finite nature, man is also at first included in the absolute substance with which he must unite again someday when he will be prepared by the developments to which he is susceptible. But we must differentiate the absolute form of man, the universal form of man, from the particular man which is, more or less, a faint reproduction of the other. The first one, commonly called the celestial man, is entirely inseparable from the divine nature. It is its first manifestation. Some of these elements serve as a basis of systems which may be looked upon as contemporaneous with the Kabbalah. Others have already been known at a much earlier time. For the history of human intelligence, though, it is of very great interest to find out whether the esoteric doctrine of the Hebrews is really original, or whether it is but a disguised copy. This question, and the one dealing with the influence exerted by the Kabbalistic ideas, will be treated in the third and last part of this work. Part 3. Chapter 1. Systems which offer some resemblance to the Kabbalah. Relation of the Kabbalah to the philosophy of Plato. The systems which, because of their nature, or because of the age which has given rise to them, seem likely to have served as basis and pattern for the esoteric doctrine of the Hebrews, are partly philosophical and partly religious. To the first belong the systems of Plato, of his unfaithful Alexandrian disciples, and Philo, whom we cannot possibly confound with the latter. Of the religious systems we can mention at present Christianity only, and that in a general way. Right here, though, I wish to state frankly that none of these grand theories of God and nature can explain to us the origin of the traditions with which we have previously become acquainted. It is this important point we wish to establish first. No one will deny that there is a great analogy between the Platonic philosophy and certain metaphysical and cosmological principles taught in the Zohar and in the Book of Formation. On both sides we see the divine intelligence, or the Word, shaping the universe according to types contained within himself before things were brought forth. On both sides we see numbers play the role of intermediaries between the ideas, between the supreme idea and the objects which are the incomplete manifestation in the world of this idea. On both sides, finally, we find the dogmas of the pre-existence of the souls, of reminiscence, and of metempsychosis. These various resemblances are so striking that the Kabbalists themselves, I refer to the modern Kabbalists, recognized them, and in order to explain them, they thought it best to make Plato a disciple of Jeremiah, 404, just as others made Aristotle a disciple of Simon the Just. 405. But will anyone dare to conclude from such superficial relations that the works of the Athenian philosopher inspired the first authors of the Kabbalah? And what is more astonishing, that this science, of strange origin and the child of a heathen mind, was held in such a high regard and considered such a deep mystery by the Mishnah. Strange to say, those who hold to this opinion are just the very critics who look upon the Zohar as a mere invention at the close of the 13th century, and let it therefore come into existence at a time when Plato was not known, for no one will claim that the scattered citations in the works of Aristotle and the caustic criticism accompanying them can give a conception of the Platonic doctrine. In no case can the actual affiliation of the Kabbalah with the Platonic philosophy be admitted, a view we shall now endeavor to submit to our scrutiny. I shall not rely upon external reasons which will be more opportune later on. I shall only remark here that the resemblances first noticed in the two doctrines are soon wiped out by their differences. Plato acknowledged, in abstracto, two principles, spirit, causa intelligens, and matter, the intelligent cause and the inert substance, although from what he says, it is hard to have as clear an idea of the second as of the first. The Kabbalists, on the contrary, encouraged by the incomprehensible dogma of a creation ex nihilo, from nothing, admitted as basis of their system the absolute unity, a God who is, at once, the cause, the substance and the form of all that is, as well as of all that can be. Like everyone else, they too acknowledge the struggle of good and evil, of spirit and matter, of power and resistance, but they subordinate this struggle to the absolute principle and ascribe it to the difference which necessarily exists in the generation of things between finite and the infinite, between all individual existence and its limitation, between the furthest points of the scale of beings. This basic dogma, which the Zohar sometimes interprets by deep philosophical expressions, appears already in the Sefer Yetzirah, under quite a fantastic and coarse form, it is true, but at the same time, clear enough to permit the belief in its originality, or to reject, at least, the intervention of the Greek philosopher. When we compare the theory of ideas and the theory of the Sephiroth with each other, and these two with the lower forms that flow from them, we shall find them separated by the same distance, and we cannot help understanding it otherwise, noticing as we do, dualism on one side and absolute unity on the other. By creating an abyss between the intelligent principle and inert matter, Plato can see in the ideas nothing but forms of the intelligence, I mean of that supreme intelligence of which our intelligence is but a conditional and limited part. These forms are everlasting and incorruptible like the principle to which they belong, for these forms are themselves the idea and the intelligence, there can consequently be no intelligent principle without them. In this sense they represent also the essence of things, since the latter cannot exist without form or without the imprint of the divine idea. But they, the forms, cannot represent all that exists in the inert principle, neither can they represent the principle itself, and yet, since the principle exists, and since it exists, like the first, in all eternity, it is necessary that it have also its own essence, its distinctive and invariable attributes, although it is subject to all changes. We reject the argument that Plato meant to point out matter as a mere negation, that is to say, the boundary which circumscribes each particular existence. This role he assigns, in Phoebus, page 334, trans. Of Victor Cousin, expressly to the numbers, the principle of every boundary and of every proportion. But along with the numbers and the productive and intelligent cause, he admits also that which he calls the infinite, which is more or less susceptible to that from which the things are produced, in short matter or, to be more exact, substance separated from causality. There are therefore existences, and this is the point we are driving at, or rather forms of existence, unchangeable modes of being which find themselves necessarily excluded from the number of ideas. This is not the case with the Sephiroth of the Kabbalah, among which we see matter itself, Ysod, figure. The Sephiroth represent both the forms of existence and those of the idea, the attributes of the inert substance, that is to say, of the passivity or the resistance, as well as the forms of the intelligent causality, since they consider them perfectly identical. The Sephiroth are therefore divided into two great classes, which are designated by the metaphysical language of the Zohar as the fathers and the mothers, and these two, apparently opposite, principles, coming from one inexhaustible source, the infinite, Ein Sof, unite again into one common attribute which is called the Son, whence they separate under a new form to unite anew. Therefore the Trinitarian system of the Kabbalists, which no one can possibly confound with the Platonic Trinity. Having made reservations for our further discussions, it must be admitted that in consideration of such different foundations, the Kabbalistic system, even if brought forth under the influence of the Greek philosophy, may still claim originality. For absolute originality is exceedingly rare, and perhaps never to be found in metaphysics, and it is known that Plato himself does not owe everything to his own genius. All great conceptions of the human mind on the supreme cause, on the first existence and on the generation of things, have shown themselves under a more or less coarse veil before assuming a character really worthy of reason and science. Thus, a tradition which is not derogatory to the independence and to the fertility of the philosophical spirit may become admissible. And yet, notwithstanding this protecting principle, we maintain that the Kabbalists had no connection whatever, at least directly, with Plato. Indeed, if we picture these people having drawn from the source of the most independent philosophy, and having been nourished by this jesting and pitiless dialectic which puts everything to question and which destroys as often as it builds up, if we imagine also that, even by a superficial reading of the dialogues, they were initiated into all the elegance of the most refined civilization, are we then able to understand the irrational, the rude and unbridled imagination in the most important passages of the Zohar? Can we explain that extraordinary description of the white head, those gigantic metaphors mingled with puerile details, that supposition of a secret revelation older than that of Sinai, and, finally, those incredible efforts, aided by the most arbitrary means, to find their doctrine in the Holy Scriptures? For 6 in these different characters I recognize, indeed, a philosophy which, springing from the bosom of an eminently religious people, dares not admit its own audacity, and which, for its own satisfaction, tries to cover itself with the cloak of authority. But I cannot reconcile these characters with the perfectly free choice of a strange and independent philosophy which openly avers that it holds its authority, power, and enlightenment from reason only. Moreover, the Jews never denied their foreign teachers, nor did they refuse to pay respect to other nations for the knowledge they sometimes borrowed from them. For 7 thus we are told by the Talmud that the Assyrians furnished them with the names of the months, of the angels, and with the characters of the letters which they use to this day for the writing of their holy books. For 8 later on, when the Greek language began to spread among them, the most venerable teachers of the Mishnah spoke with admiration of it. 409 and permitted even its use at religious ceremonies in place of the scriptural text. For 10 during the Middle Ages, when the Jews were initiated by the Arabs into the philosophy of Aristotle, they did not hesitate to give the same honor to this philosopher as to their own, except, as we said before, that they made him a disciple of their oldest teachers, and ascribed a book to him in which they picture the head of the Lyceum acknowledging upon his deathbed the God and the law of Israel. For 11 finally, in a very remarkable passage previously quoted by us, we are informed by the Zohar itself that the books of the Orient come very close to the divine law and to some views taught by the school of Simeon ben Yohai. For 12 it is added only that this ancient wisdom was taught by the patriarch Abraham to the children begotten from his concubine, and by whom, according to the Bible, the Orient was populated. What then would have prevented the authors of the Kabbalah from dedicating also a souvenir to Plato? Could they not just as easily as their modern followers have him schooled by some prophet of the true God? According to Eusebius 4:13, this is exactly what Aristobulus 4:14 did when, after interpreting the Bible in accordance with the philosophy of Plato, he did not hesitate to accuse the latter of having taken his knowledge from the books of Moses. The same strategy is used by Philo against the head of the portico. 415,416 We are, therefore, entitled to the opinion that the origin of the Kabbalistic system is not to be looked for in the so-called Platonism. Let us see if we can find it with the philosophers of Alexandria. Chapter 2. Relation of the Kabbalah to the Alexandrian school. The metaphysical and religious doctrine which we have gathered from the Zohar has undoubtedly a more intimate resemblance to the so-called Neoplatonic philosophy than to pure Platonism. But before pointing out what is common to both, we justified in the conclusion that the first of these two systems is necessarily a copy of the other. One word would suffice for the solution of this question were we content with a